and CNET. Under the guidance of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, each a powerhouse of excellence in technology. The Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, stands at the forefront of India's digital transformation. CDAC's impact extends far beyond supercomputing, from launching India's first voter ID system to leading breakthroughs in health informatics, language computing, e-governance, quantum computing, IoT, the indigenous Vitra server design, Vega processor, quantum simulators to indigenous accelerators, secure communication systems, blockchain, 112, and many more. CDAC's innovations touch every citizen. With DIR5 initiatives like the development of Vega processors and RISC-V-based SoCs, CDAC has laid the digital foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
We are using digital technology to transform lives in all sectors of governance, from health and welfare to inclusion and empowerment.
Society for Applied Microwave Electronics Engineering and Research is India's vanguard in RF, microwave and electromagnetic technologies. With centers across the nation, it drives breakthroughs in radar technology, satellite and strategic communications, from building indigenous medical equipment like MRI and LINAC to enabling 5G and quantum communication. Samir is turning innovation into impact. With a national presence and roots in TIFR, Samir connects academia, industry, and the nation's strategic sectors. Whether it's hypothermia therapy, particle testing, or eco-friendly tech, Samir delivers innovation across every frequency, from HF to lightweight. Center for Materials for Electronics Technology, CMET. Innovation begins at the atomic level and scales to national transformation. CMET cutting-edge materials power the future, from 3D printing antennas and batteries to RFID tags and sensors. In Thrissur, graphene and aerogels lead the charge in energy innovation, while silicon carbide and ultra-pure elements fuel the next generation of semiconductors. CMET drives breakthroughs in lithium-ion batteries and supercapacitors, powering a cleaner tomorrow. From wearable cancer diagnostics to IoT sensors, CMET is enabling smart healthcare and strategic electronics. With green technologies that recover rare earths from e-waste, CMET is building a sustainable innovation ecosystem. Together, CDAC, Samir, and CMET are charting a new course for India's technological destiny. Join us at TechVerse 2025, where science meets vision and dreams turn into reality. Welcome to TechVerse 2025.
Good morning to all of you. Let us begin the second day of TechVerse 2025, and we'll start first session. Today we are having two sessions back to back for health medical devices, followed by a session on health informatics in the same venue. So let us begin the session 1 for the day for medical devices. And I will be requesting Shri Viren Uke from Samir to join as moderator for this session. Shri Viren Uke did his MTech from Vishwesvaraya Institute of Technology, Nagpur. He joined Samir and for the past 3 decades has focused to develop control systems for medical devices. He was project manager for the 6 MB Siddharth Radiation Oncology System under Jai Vigyan Initiative. At present, he is working on self-contained blood irradiator development, research and development. Shri Viren Uke, please.
Thank you, Dr. Abhay, for a kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to today's session on medical devices and follow-up session on medical electronics. I have the privilege of serving as moderator for both these important sessions. Joining us on stage are some of the brightest minds and most experienced voices in these areas. Each of our guest speakers brings a wealth of knowledge, real-world experience, and a unique perspective. The said sessions will run till 13:15 hours and have 5 guest speakers. We regret to inform you that Dr. M. Srinivas, AIMS, New Delhi, Director AIMS New Delhi, originally scheduled to have keynote address in medical devices session, is unable to attend due to scheduling conflict. While we miss his valuable insights, the session will proceed as planned with our esteemed remaining speakers. Before we dive in, just a few quick notes. Each guest speaker is allocated 30 minutes, out of which 25 minutes for the presentation, followed by 5-minute audience question and answer session. To begin with our first session on medical devices, please welcome Dr. Ravi Rathod, General Manager, Policy and Strategic Affairs at Involution Healthcare Private Limited, and Technical Officer, Government Affairs and Policy at Association of Indian Medical Device Industry, AMED, India's largest medical device industry association based in New Delhi. Dr. Ravi Rathod is an expert on policy, vocal proponent for boosting local manufacturing and advancing India's self-reliance in critical healthcare technologies. Sir, we are eager to hear your keynote address on India's medtech ecosystem at crossroads, navigating policy, innovation, and global ambitions. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's been a privilege to represent the domestic medical devices industry on this platform at a TechVerse event. The medical devices is not just about the sector, it is actually the it is actually about the self-reliance, our ambition to be the global leader in the medical devices sector, our global competitiveness, and our health equity. So today, to begin with, I am representing an association called AMED. This is All India Medical Devices Industry Association. We represent around 400 primary members, showing the interest of more than 1,500 manufacturers, Indian domestic medical devices manufacturers, with the key objectives to promote and encourage the ethical marketing and ethical practices and responsible manufacturing in the medical devices sector, to promote the Make in India vision of Government of India within the domestic sector, and facilitate and coordinate, basically to work as a bridge between the industry, government, and other stakeholders like academia, hospitals, and end users. So we are not just an industry body, we are actually an ecosystem enabler for the medical devices sector. Now let's look at where the medical devices market and where India stands today in the medical devices sector. So as you can see in the chart, the medical devices sector was valued at around 88,740 crore in 2020, which has grown to 131 lakh crore in 2023. That's US dollar 15.84 billion. Now the government has set up a huge expectations from the domestic industry, and for that the government of India is also working on a lot of initiatives, schemes, policy enablers, and ecosystem creation to reach the target of $50 billion US dollars by 2030, which is more than 18% of CAGR. So, but we must ask ourselves that is this the growth what we are expecting, and is this the growth translating into the indigenous innovation, our global competitiveness, and our export readiness? So that's the story where it becomes more complex, I would say. So let's look at the figures, some of the figures on the import and export trends in the medical devices sector. So our import was valued at something around 41,000 crore in 2019-2020, which has grown to more than 68,000 crore. So this is a tremendous growth in the imports. So you cannot say it's a growth, it's a rising imports in the Indian medical devices sector. We have the capacity, we have the capability. Still, more than 70% of our medical devices are imported today. Meanwhile, you can see the export figures also. The export has also been raised from 18,000 crore to around 31,000 crore in 23-24. Now, what this slide shows? This slide shows the trade imbalance, I would say. And this trade imbalance reflects our infrastructure gap, especially in the categories that will go in deeper, like categories like electronics, equipments, and implantables. And to shift, now what we need here to raise the exports, to reduce the imports, being an indigenous manufacturing hub. So what we need is, we need to urgently move from the import substitution and be in the value chain leadership. That's what the primary objective. Now let's go deeper in some statistics. You can see the import figures of all 6 categories of medical devices from 2019-2020 to 23-24 and how it has been raised. I have highlighted few things like the major imports been in the electronics and equipment, which is something around 44,000 crore in 23-24. Now you can see that out of total imports, the 44,000 crore imports in these 2 sectors represents more than 64% of our total imports. Only this category of electronics and equipments, which is followed by, I think, disposables and consumables. Now, there is a huge opportunity here for the domestic capacity building, especially in the high-end medical equipment and electronics and reagents, and that's where the role of MeitY becomes very crucial. Because why should we importing when we can manufacture those devices and equipment right here in India? Now let's look at the export summary of all these 6 categories. The export has its own story. The same sector, electronics and equipment, we are exporting also at the highest level, from 7,000 crore in 2019-2020 to more than 12,000 crore in 23-25. But followed by the disposable and consumables. The same categories where we have a largest import, we have a largest export also. So now, what we need to look at is what we are exporting, the disposables, consumables, and some electronics. What we are lacking is, we are still not a global player in the complex regulated medical devices. And to change that, what we need is, we need to make a shift in our strategy. What strategy? Today, India is mainly into the assembling of components and parts to make a medical devices. So we need to shift this strategy from assembling to IP-led validated innovations. To show few, these are our current domestic champions, which has actually spearheaded the domestic medical devices industry and made a global footprint in all of these categories: disposables, consumables, electronics, and equipments. Implants, we have SMT, Merrill. Merrill is now, it's more than an unicorn, you can say. They are supplying to more than 100 countries now. In the diagnostic, TransAsia is one of the leading brand in the diagnostic sector, becomes a PLI beneficiary, and instrumentation. These are the industry which has made a global footprint and make India proud. Now, I think we must thank Government of India to have a solid foundation for the medical devices sector through a lot of initiatives, lot of schemes, and through the Make in India initiative. I would say the day the Prime Minister Modi has announced medical devices sector as a sunrise sector, we have got a lot of changes. We have seen a lot of schemes, policies enabling the overall medical devices ecosystem in the country. What we have achieved so far in the Make in India is, you can see, there is a Kalam Institute of Technology at the Vizag, the Bio Valley, Medi Valley, the MedTech parks, the venture capitals. These all been nurtured under the Make in India initiatives. We have a quality certification came like ICMET certification, which can be helpful. We hope that it can be helpful in the public procurement also. There is one policy which is on the price cap of cardiac stents and knee implants, which has been introduced in 2017. And then you can get an idea how the policies and ecosystem can actually help the domestic medical devices industry boost and make a global footprint. If you can see the data before 2017 in the cardiac stent industry and post 2017 after the price cap, you can see that now majority of almost around 60% of domestic market in the stent industry is being covered by the domestic medical device manufacturers, domestic stent manufacturers. And now they are exporting to more than 100 countries. So these are some of the policy enablers, I would say, under the Make in India. Apart from that, schemes like PLI schemes, ICMET certification, these price cap, the custom duty rationalization, these all has played a very critical role under the Make in India initiative to enable the medtech ecosystem of the country. And now there are 2-3 new initiatives has been brought up in the system. The National Medical Devices Policy 2023 and the launch of PRIP scheme, that the promotion of research and innovation in the pharma and medtech sector by the nodal ministry Department of Pharmaceuticals to give a research push and a funding support to the sector. And here is what we need a support from Ministry of Electronics and IT also through their R&D wings like SAMEER, CDEC, CMET, which I think they have developed from, I would say, from component to a large equipment in their facility. And that's where we need their support. And this is all shows that the government is actually helping the medical devices industry with a long-term commitment. It's not a short-term commitment. Going forward, let's look at how we can achieve that. I mean, so the government of India has built a strong, solid foundation for us. Now, how do we scale this foundation to a global leadership? So there are 6 strategies which has been outlined in the National Medical Devices Policy 2023. And to start with the first 3 strategies, streamlining the regulation, what we need in the meaning of streamlining the regulation. So these are the industry expectations, I would say, not the things which is mentioned in the policy. So the industries ask is a separate Medical Devices Act or a separate law for the medical devices apart from the ducts. What we need is a trade margin rationalization on the import landed price, because that's where a lot of medical devices the domestic industry face problems in the public procurement. The second strategy is mainly on attracting the investments, where there are a lot of initiatives has been done. The DOP has recommended the tariff corrections to, to address the 15% disability factor. What we need is timely payments from government, right, which is actually necessary to ease the OPEX and ease the cash flow in the industry. What we need is the revamp of PLI scheme. Why? Because to cover the more of the domestic sectors and more of the devices segments, what we need is legalization of public procurement order. Legalization of public procurement order in the sense, still there are a lot of states which is not following the central public procurement guidelines. Still there are certifications and all mandatory requirements like US FDA and CE in the public procurement tenders, which is actually hurting the growth of the domestic medical devices industry. And the third strategy is on the infrastructure, enabling infrastructure. So as an industry body, what we are asking is we don't need subsidies from the government. What we need is a support to reduce our capex through the shared clusters, the medtech parks, the phased manufacturing programs, the domestic sourcing of the raw materials. So the message in this strategy is very clear. What we are asking is to the government, make our manufacturing experience rewarding without subsidies. We don't need subsidies. The other strategies are mainly on the R&D and innovation and the capacity building. So we must support the clinical investigation and evaluation performance, HTA studies, indigenous designs. There are a lot of design-linked incentives. I think MeitY has a scheme, right? We need to implement those things in the public procurement orders also. A fair trade margin monitoring. So there is one problem on the MRPs also. What we need is ethical marketing based on the value, not on the inflated MRPs. I'll just give you a real example, like in today's scenario, what happens when you go in the market, the higher MRP you have, the higher product you can sell in the market, because that's where they get the higher margins. The domestic industry face a problem where, as they are manufacturing domestically, their cost is little bit low compared to the foreign countries and imported products, but it doesn't qualify that we have a cheap, low-cost product without quality. Those all are certified with the same certifications and regulatory bodies. So what we need is a ethical marketing based on the value and not on the inflated MRPs. The fifth is on the talent pool, on the scaling, human resource development. What we need to do is we need to deploy the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education Research, Medical Devices, NIMERS, Life Sector Skill Development Council, in alignment with the engineering and science colleges. We need to launch professional personal certification courses for the consultants and auditors. So these strategies said that let's not forget people build the policies and not the policies. People build the industries, not the policies alone, right? So human resource targeted skill development in the medtech sector is very important. The sixth strategy is mainly focused on the exports push. So Government of India has recently initiated and launched the Medical Devices Export Promotion Council. What we need is, and what our request to the government is, to make it an autonomous body, to involve the Medical Devices Export Promotion Council in all the free trade negotiations, to address the regulatory barriers going for the exports, and make them position brand India globally. The thing on the monitoring front, after all this strategy, what we need is a proper monitoring and evaluation of the ground level implementation. And this should be not through the fragmented efforts across the ministries, but through a dedicated and empowered department to make sure that we have an accountability, consistency, and an impact. Okay, now let's work out on the opportunities and challenges of the medtech sector. So to start with, we have a big opportunity here. India is perfectly placed to lead the next wave of medtech, especially in the medical electronics, and that's where I would say the support of MeitY and the role of MeitY becomes very crucial. We can think of devices like wearables for the maternal and elderly care, devices like IVDs for early detection of TB, diabetes, anemia, implantables for the coronary and neurovascular disorders, the AI-powered digital diagnostics that works on your smartphones. Today, if we can see that 40% of medical devices value lies in the electronics of the medical devices, which is like sensors, firmware, chips, and all. So we are no longer just dealing with the metal tools in the medical devices now. These are the connected systems. And our startups are actually already building all those connected systems. But what we really need is we really need to scale these innovations. And how do we scale it? What we need a policy and funding support that match the pace of our ambition to scale these innovations. On the convergence front, we are actually entering an era where the electronics, biotechnology, and AI is a golden triangle. And if we can build the right cross-disciplinary ecosystem around this, then India can actually lead the convergence and not just follow it. So apart from this opportunity, a lot of challenges are also present in the sector. So we have got the talent, we have got the intent, but the ecosystem of the sector is still fragmented. So the innovators, the hospitals, academia, startups, PSU, regulators, they all work in silos. They are all work in their own area. The startups can build the prototype, but where they are struggling is they are struggling at the clinical adoption level. They are struggling at the real world pilots. The third is poor support for TRL 5 to 9 progression. I would say there is a very little support, and this is a critical middle stretch, I would say, for between the lab and the market. That's where the real value begins. And even after going through all these challenges, even if your product is ready, but the challenge is where do you going to test it? That also at an affordable cost and in a timely manner. So our testing infrastructure is really patchy right now. And that's where we need a support from the government. So yes, the opportunity is huge, but to convert this opportunity, what we need is a collaboration, clinical integration, and infrastructure. And that's a real unlock. And I would say the forums like TechVerse and Leadership by MeitY can really spearhead this, and they are very important right now. Now let's take a step back and look at the big picture, that where India's medtech journey is headed right now, and how do we capitalize on it, not just for ourselves, but for the global South and the world. So here is this middle stretch. What we need to do is to bridge the lab to market gap. So we have a lot of ideas. We have an early stage prototypes, but very few out of them reach to the hospitals and patients or the global markets. So what we are talking about here is strengthening this middle journey between the lab and the real world applications. And these are some of the strategies which I have outlined, that how do we do that. So the first is the creation of translational research hubs. So we have, what we need to do is we need to take our top tier institutions like IITs, NITs, and AIMS like colleges, and need to create a translational research hub focused on the medical electronics. Now these hubs are not doing just research. What they will do is they will co-develop the product with the industry and hospitals and the clinicians. And MEITI can anchor this initiative by funding the infrastructure and the interdisciplinary teams. The second strategy is the strengthening of center of excellences focused on the medical electronics, medtech focus. So we do have a lot of COEs in the AI, in the IoT, in the healthcare. Now what we need to do is we need to give them a sharper medical devices orientation to all these COEs. For example, the wearable cardiac monitoring devices for maternal health, for cardiac issues, the implantable devices with AI features. All these COEs can fast-track our pilots and startups with the startups and hospitals. The third strategy is the collaborative R&D grants. So as I have already said, we must stop working in silos. The Ministry of Electronics and IT can actually take the lead to fund the joint R&D projects, which involves the technology developers, the clinical experts, and the basic researchers. One project, 3 partners: technology, medicine, and science. The fourth strategy is techno-commercial and clinical validation. So the strategy is focusing on, we cannot stop at proof of concept level, right? The real impact starts when the innovation gets validated clinically, technically, and commercially. So grants should fund the pilot testing, the market studies, and the regulatory readiness, not just the lab prototypes. And here you can have a partner with the hospital and industry both. The fifth strategy is the development of national repositories of validated use cases. This I have curated. Why? Because why should every of our startups reinvent the whole wheel? I mean, let's create a focused central open source repository of validated clinical problems like low cost maternal monitoring, the reusable components like sensors, firmware libraries, regulatory templates. And this can actually save the time and also cut the development cost for more than 30 to 40%. The last strategy is on the pre-commercialization funding. That's from the TRL level 6 to 9. What we can do here is we are requesting, so we have a lot of schemes on the R&D by different ministries and all to innovate. So here we are talking about TRL 6 to 9, and this is where most of the innovations die before reaching to the market. So through the funding schemes, where what we will aim to offer the milestone-based reimbursement grants. We can co-fund the late-stage development, the testing, and even early deployments, and encourage the PPP model. So the final message of this slide is, if we truly want to build a globally respected medtech ecosystem in the country, we have to fix this middle layer, the transition layer between research and market, and that's what this is about. Okay, so here is the dream, I would say, from assembly to innovation leadership, Vision 2030, given by the Government of India. And this vision is not, it's actually a measurable one. So we have a $20 billion medtech domestic market. We have a $10 billion investment opportunity. And as I have said, it's a measurable one. How we can achieve it? We can achieve it through technical collaborations. We can achieve it through joint ventures. And we can achieve it through foreign direct investments in the sector. We have seen a lot of foreign direct investments through automatic route in the medtech sectors are already coming. We have seen coming up pop. So the central government has only funded 4 medtech parks, but now we can see that there are more than 14 medtech parks are on the line in the country. Why? Because we are seeing a lot of foreign investments, we are seeing a lot of joint ventures, we are seeing a lot of technical collaborations in the sector, all because of this Make in India initiatives, the medtech ecosystem that has been built up by the government of India through various departments like METI, DST, Department of Pharma, DBT. There are a lot of departments. So even for the startups, what they need an idea. There is no lack of funding. The startups can have a funding from different departments. What they need is an idea and action-oriented approach if you want to be in the market. So India can be among the top 5 medtech ecosystems globally. If we transition, how we can do that? If we transition from assembly lines to design, IP, and I would say validation leadership in the sector. So this is end of my talk. So let me end with a simple but a powerful message and thought that mountains are moved by teamwork. So this journey is not about one ministry or one manufacturer. It's about aligning the vision, aligning the will, and the action across the sectors and across the stakeholders, which is government, the private industry, the academia, hospitals, and entrepreneurs. And together, let's make India a medtech force for the global south and the world. So thank you very much all for patient listening. Thank you, METI and CDEC Samir, for giving this opportunity during the TechWorks platform. I'm open to questions if you have any. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That's really a valuable insight on medtech ecosystem in India. Now I open the floor for 5-minute question answer session.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, sir. You have given nice talk. I feel that industry is facing the regulatory requirement norms as well as the compliance, as you said in your this thing. So, what you are expecting that there should be no regulatory norms and no compliance requirement for the medical product?
No, the thing which I have mentioned is what we need is a separate act for the medical devices. We should not be treated under the pharma as a parent body, right? The medical device is a separate sector. The medical devices requirement are different. This is a whole engineering-based system. I am a pharmacist, but I still say that understanding the medical device is a different domain than the pharmaceuticals. We need the technicians, we need the engineers to understand, we need the engineers to actually regulate and monitor the plants and manufacturing units, even for the inspection. So what we are asking is 2 things, a separate act for the dedicated medical devices. Second thing is the regulatory enablement in terms of reducing the dual regulations. Dual regulations in the sense, there are a lot of things right now, I would say. For example, we have been regulated by CDSO, we have a norms from consumer affairs on the legal metrology, we have QCOs from a lot of different ministries. So what we need is a single body which can regulate us right? So that we have a clear-cut idea what to do, what not to do. So that this process makes it simpler, and we will be in a timely manner, because medical devices, equipment, this is all technology, right? And if we spend a lot of time on the regulations, on the development and all, the technology becomes obsolete. So what we need is a timely implementation through reducing the hurdles. That's what the idea is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very highly involved, data-rich talk you have given. One clarification what I am asking is, like you mentioned that in strategy 5 or 6 that inflated price MRP compared to the imported and the local investment, indigenously made. How a user can identify, like you told that both are equal quality aspect, but only the price is different because of it is imported. But what about some tagging or some marking on the product so that the user can say, you can identify whether both are quality same, then we can go for indigenously made. Now people have an apprehension that no, whereas the imported may have high quality. Hospitals also promoting the imported products because of high margin. So how about government can give a tag on the products to decide for the user, no, both are equally qualified, so that I can go for indigenously made like that?
But that's where the main problem is, the perception. To change the perception, actually we need to, I have also mentioned that we need to brand India and brand medical devices industry, domestic medical devices, that they are equally safe and equally quality-based criteria. The inflated prices, I have said, for example, I have given an example of cardiac stents, right? So before 2017, either it is domestic or a foreign manufacturer brand, the stent prices were like 1 lakh, more than 1.5 lakhs and all. But in 2017, the government has kept the market price of the cardiac stents to something around 28,000. And that's where you can see the growth of the medical devices industry, right? It now, before 2017 and today's date, you can see that more than 60% of the stent market has been captured by the domestic medical devices industry, domestic stent manufacturers. Apart from that, now we are also exporting to more than 100 countries. Why we are now exporting to more than 100 countries is because we have gained the market share, we have gained the capital to fund our global access, and now we are exporting to 100 countries. Second thing is on the inflated prices. I was giving an example. Let's just take an example of a syringe, for example. Domestic made syringe is costing 5 rupees. Multinational syringe might be costing 30 or 20 rupees. Now the price, how the price every year increase, how the MRP can be increased, it's on the WPI base, right? So the 5 rupees, if the price will increase 0.5%, it is 5.5 or something. But once it is 20 rupees, it can be a 22 rupees or 23 rupees or something, right? So after 5 years, the domestic 5 rupees syringe can be maximum 6 or 7 rupees. But the 20 rupees or 30 rupees series can be go to 40 rupees. And that's the whole main trade margin you can see there. Now, I'm not actually criticizing the hospitals or the users, but it's actually based on the marketing strategy and the whole scenario. Like in 20 rupees or 30 rupees, we are getting higher margins, right, at the end user, the customers. So basically, they are preferring that product rather than based on quality, because both are actually approved by the same regulatory authority, our National Regulatory Authority, CDSC. I have given an example of the tender requirements of US FDA and CDSU, right? Why CDSU? Why US FDA we need? I mean, US FDA product can't be sold in India without CDSU approval. And CDSU approved products can't be sold in US without US FDA. So those are actually the market access authorization approval. Those are not the quality marks. The quality and standard marks are the ISO certifications, right? But this is all be converted is actually we need to change the perception of the people, and that's what we are actually requesting the government also to brand the domestic products, to brand them globally through, and that's where the government has taken a lot of initiatives also. Recently, as I have said, recently they have opened Medical Devices Export Promotion Council, which is actually now be a part of lot of trade negotiations, lot of brand India reputations, shows and all. That's how the government is supporting right now. Thank you.
And Dr. Rathod, thank you so much for a very data-rich and insightful presentation. This clearly shows your expertise and domain understanding of the subject. So I have two simple questions. One is, I want to know what is the domestic sale by the domestic manufacturers? Because when you show the import, export, so there must be some internal consumption also. So that will give us the overall domestic market share of Indian companies. And second thing is, you said that you are safeguarding interest of around 1,500 medical devices manufacturers, and 400 are part of AMED, I believe.
So basically,
So
primary
my
members
question is,
and association
my
members.
question is about to come. So as you are aware that I work in medical electronics, particularly in R&D group. So I believe most of the industry, they might also be doing their R&D in-house, and they might also have allocated certain budget. In addition to this, they also having some of the research objectives which they want to solve for next 5 years. Let's say 2 years, 3 years, and 5 years plan they must be having. In India, if you look at, most of the R&D expenditure goes from the government accounts. India has around 0.66% of the R&D expenditure compared to what our GDP is. 0.6% of our GDPs are R&D expenditure. Mostly that goes from the government accounts. So we welcome this opportunity if industry come forward and say that this is the budget I have, this is the research problem I have, and this is the, I would say, to offset the disability in research, in carrying out research, so that we can have a deployable product. And mutually, this IPR and copyright, the intellectual rights on the developments can be worked out. And I believe the MIT is in position to welcome such collaboration and opportunities. So both the things maybe you can work out and we can discuss at length in detail, probably after the conference or sometime later when we are ready with that.
Right. Thank you, Jay sir. So basically, you were talking about the domestic market share. So as I have said, currently the domestic market is something around 15 billion odd US dollars. And out of that, around 70 to 80% we are importing. So the domestic, what we are creating is something around 4 to 5 billion only, not more than that right now. So that's the market share. Everything else has been imported. That's the answer of first question. The second, you have talked on the members front. So we have a 400 primary members, which are like, my company is a direct member of AMED, right? 1,500 manufacturers, in the sense, as a member, we have a certain dedicated associations also, like Surgical Manufacturers Association becomes a member of AMED. So the associations, all members, whoever, like 50 members, are a part of the AMED. So that's how we are representing more than 1,500 manufacturers of the country. But we only have manufacturers, no traders. Whoever has the manufacturing unit in India, they can only become a part of AMED. Now, on the R&D budget question, sir, so basically, if you can look at the medical devices whole industry, there is only 2% of medical devices industry which has the turnover of more than 500 CR. 70% of the industry are below 100 crore. And for them to invest in R&D is very difficult at this stage. And that's where they are seeking support from the government, first. Second thing, we have a lot of startups and innovations. This is a rising sector, sir. This is, the government has also announced it as a sunrise sector. So we are at a very niche stage and a startup stage, I would say. And what we need is a hand-holding right now through the ecosystem. What I have mentioned is, we don't need subsidies. What we need is, medical device industry is a very capital-intensive industry, right? So what we need is a shared capex. We need a capital support to actually build the unit, to build the testing infrastructure in the medtech zone part, because the testing, I would say I think there are not much testing facilities also in India. There is a long queue if you want to taste your product in few institutes like Sri Chitra and all. You have to wait, you have to make follow-up every week, every 15 days to get your product tasted. So this is one of the reasons that why we need a support from the government in terms of R&D and the product commercialization. The last thing, sir, you have mentioned about, you have requested, asked the industry to come out with the problems and seek the support. So, sir, we are doing that. We are submitting a lot of representation through associations and chambers to Government of India, not directly to the academia, but to the Government of India for actually coming up with some schemes where they can support the industry to resolve that problem. Academia particularly, sir, as I have also given an example during my earlier question that this is a technology-led sector, and if you delay it, then the technology will get obsolete. And the industry and academia, there are a lot of sometimes a miscommunication or something, but there is a delay in the product commercializations or the product innovation. So the academia needs to, make a pace to be with the industry so that industry can be more interested to collaborate with them and develop a product. That's what the thing is. Thank you.
You.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, excellent talk. And I think you have covered some of my slides also. So one observation and one question. One observation is when you talk about ecosystem, you mainly focused on academia and then startup and then industry. I think you missed R&D organization like Samir, CDAC, CMED. So I think you need to include that. I think this is one area where we are also concerned that medical devices associations or medical devices manufacturers, they are not looking at R&D because when we talk about TRL, academia can take TRL up to 3 or 4. It is not possible for them to go to TRL 6 or 7. That is where I think role of organization like Samir, CDAC and CMED comes in picture. They can take the technology up to TRL 6 or 7. And then I think industry can take over. So this is one observation and suggestion. The question is that I think we all are concerned that when we come up to TRL 6 or 7, how we can actually go up to TRL 9. I think that this question has been, moving around us for so many years. And the dilemma is that I think particularly when we talk about high tech, it's like MRI or linear accelerator where there are a lot of investment. As you rightly said that industry, there are few industry which are in that big bracket. Most of them are below 100 crores. And if these kind of technology needs to be manufactured by them, then they need some kind of support as well as some kind of assurance. That's what I understand. Because when we talk about defense sector, all the industry gets complete support from government because government is user. Here also government is one of the user. Why can't you discuss and promote this idea that these kind of industry at least can get some kind of assurance, although you don't need financial support, but you need some assurance so that all these MNCs
Correct.
who are ready to kill this market can be protected. So,
Correct, sir.
Your thought?
I'm actually absolutely agree with you. I have mentioned somehow about the support from Mehti's R&D arms like CDAC and Samir during the Make in India achievement slide. Though I haven't mentioned it, but I have spoken it. You have rightly said, sir, on the TRL 6 to 9. The problem is what industry is facing is academia conserves their IP and all. But to be very clear, until the industry make a foot into their innovations and give the give the real world application and how to strategize to go to market and and they validate with the end users like hospitals and all. So I have I have given an example of trio, like the academia as an innovator, the clinicians as a validation for a validation purpose of your innovative product, and the industry to take it to the market. So the academia needs to go out of their IP conservation things. That's one. On the assurance front, sir, I do agree. We are trying a lot through different representation and through by different associations and chambers and all. The public procurement order and the public procurement is the solution, for an innovative product. We are requesting the government to have an assurance of that if we are investing so much in the R&D, if we are making a new innovative product, what we need is an assurance from the government to have a public procurement of our innovative products. The issues which you have mentioned about the multinationals and the government policy, I'll just give you a simple example how the policy ecosystems and things work out. So basically there is a product called cath lab, like for example our cath lab. We made single plane cath lab and we are number one in India right now in the cath lab manufacturers. We have actually opened Asia's largest manufacturing unit for cath lab, Make in India cath lab in Bangalore. Now in earlier there is a notification came on the global tender inquiry list, right? So that was earlier it was mentioned as a DSA, which is digital subtraction angiography. That's in bracket biplane. That was the mention. Now the second list when it came, they have removed biplane and only DSA is there, which means that single plane and biplane both are in the global tender inquiry list, which means that for single plane cath lab also the public procurement PSUs can float the global tenders. Now I'm not sure why this policy, because the domestic demand is something around 600 cath labs a year, and we have 3 to 4 manufacturers in India who are developing more than 1,000 cath labs a year in the single plane front. Now this is one angle. Now second angle is the import of refurbished medical equipment, which has been allowed by the Environment Ministry, right? Now under that also cath lab is there. So the problem is domestic industry is facing the commercial competition with the refurbished medical equipments, first in the private market, and in the public procurement also they are facing the competitions and problems for the global tenders. So this is what the policy anomaly, I would say, where we actually need the support from the government of India. So that's, I hope I have answered your question in that front. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rathod, and audience too. Now I request Dr. Sandeep Kakatkar, Program Director Samir, to kindly come forward and give moment to Dr. Ravi Rathod as a symbol of our respect and gratitude. Now I request Shri Rajesh Harji, Program Director Samir Mumbai, known for his innovative thinking, visionary leadership and deep understanding of medical devices. He has been at the forefront of Indian MRI development program and contributing Samir for more than 3 decades. Sir, we are eager to hear you on MedTech at Samir, homegrown approach for self-reliant Viksit Bharat. Please join me in welcoming Shri Rajesh Harji, Program Director Samir.
Good morning. I I think I just want to say a couple of words about Dr. Rathod's talk, because I think we had multiple sessions yesterday. During his talk, his presentation time and questionnaire, time for the questions were almost same. So that shows that, we have so many questions unanswered as far as medical devices are concerned. Because even such a small crowd, but we are having so many questions about medical devices. Anyway, thank you, Ukeji, for inviting me for this talk. We really had a very excellent talk from an industry leader, and that makes my life much easier because he has covered a couple of points which I wanted to highlight. He gave a broad scenario about the statistics, data on the requirement, export, and import. Actually, it really motivates us as a scientist community that we need to carry out more research in the area of medical devices. Yesterday, another industry leader, Dr. Gaurav Agarwal, who is a key player in AMED, Joint Coordinator, he talked about that India should be a maker of tools, not the tool users. And I think that indicates that we should have more in-house development in our country than just getting things from outside and assemble it and call it Make in India product. And I think that is where Samir has been in the forefront for indigenously developing the medical devices or any other devices. So I would be talking about homegrown medtech at Samir, homegrown approach for self-reliant Vikasit Bharat. I think I can skip this because most of the people which I can see are knowing Samir. So actually, Samir approach has been since its inception to promote concept of homegrown technologies made by Indians, not make in India, made by Indians for Atmanirbhar Bharat. I just want to list few of the technologies which Samir has developed, not for medtech, otherwise also. We started in, I think, 1984. Samir came out from TFR in 1984, and the first project which Samir did, built the radio lights for weather monitoring for the entire country. That was in 1984. Then we built the MST radar for atmospheric monitoring, which is installed at Tirupati. Then we built the first linear accelerator. I think probably that time no industry was even thinking about it. We built that linear accelerator in maybe in late 80s. Similarly, we built a lot of other systems like ST radars, wind profiler, and we took the approach, bottom-up approach, where we built practically everything within our organization, except maybe few devices which we needed to import. Now, recently also, I think you must have seen yesterday that we have launched some of the product which is indigenously developed, radiometer, GBSAR, Inosonde. So we can proudly say that Samir has been in the forefront of building homegrown technology for various sectors, and medical devices is one of them. Now, these are the areas I think he has covered in detail by showing statistics. So why we need to do the homegrown, or why we need to focus on homegrown technology? Because one is there's a rising trend of disease burden. And one of the reasons is that we also have population growth where our population is growing, so also the disease is growing. The health infrastructure is not able to cater, particularly if you go out of bigger cities, you don't have any infrastructure to take care for the even diagnosis and treatment. We always have an import-supply vulnerability. We need to focus now from creating health infrastructure in the bigger cities to point-of-care healthcare, because it is not just the charges or testing charges or treatment charges. It is also the travel coming from villages to the city, bigger city, and staying there for the treatment is a big expenses. So point-of-care healthcare is another necessity, and that is how I think we need to develop devices for this purpose. And obviously, since he talked about 38,000 crore worth of medical devices import, so that means we have a lot of economic drain. As he mentioned, I am also of the opinion that we need to have a dedicated R&D infrastructure, and also doctors should be onboarded. Because typically what happens that if users are not on board, whatever you develop, later on they come up with some requirements. So the R&D also has to have users on board. And when I say dedicated R&D infrastructure, currently our industry is not that much mature to have R&D, because as Dr. Arthur also said, that the kind of investment required for R&D is so huge that it requires government support. So that is where I think dedicated R&D infrastructure by the government is required. Regulatory framework is now slowly getting improved here, but still we don't have enough testing laboratories who can actually support for indigenous manufacturing. We are blindly adopting whatever standards are there by FDA, or we don't have any proper mechanism to work upon our own standards. Whatever standards like MRI or LINAC or whatever standards are there, BIS is actually adopting it. So we need to have a standardization and certification system within country. Manufacturing ecosystem is also important, but I think once we start indigenously develop, then automatically this manufacturing ecosystem will come. And as I was talking, that there should be some kind of financial incentives for the industry, because once they start manufacturing, there will be a period where there will be multiple versions to be built. At that time, they need some kind of a financial support, or maybe some assurance from users or hospitals. For motivation for us, that we can actually do the innovation, we need not simply adopt what others are doing. We can actually have, our country is very vast. We have our own requirements, so we can actually develop the technology based on our needs. It can create job skill development. Whatever technology we develop, it remains with us. And definitely it can contribute to the Vikasit Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is motive of Government of India. And finally, once we reach this, we can also look at the global market opportunity. Now I come to Samir. So Samir has been developing medical devices since its inception. I think the first technology which we started working in late 80s was linear accelerator. And we started with 2 MeV, and now we have reached to 15 MeV. Now, actually, the latest one which we have developed is 30 MeV. So Samir is focusing on both diagnostic and treatment. In the diagnostic side, we have MRI, which is almost reached to maybe TRL 7 level. Then we are using medical linear accelerator for generation of radioisotopes. And our director Inmas is there, who is collaborating with us in that. Then we have developed the OCT, and which is there in the display in the exhibition. And radiation therapy, we have developed multiple machines and also installed the machine at the hospitals. We are developing blood irradiator, which also should be ready in maybe 6 months' time. And we are also taking up, Samir is taking up a new project on hyperthermia and ablation. So I'll start with Indian MRI mission, which is a collaborative project between Samir, CDAC, and IUAC. Each one is having a specific responsibility of development of different subsystems, and ultimately Samir is the nodal agency to integrate complete system and finally install it at the hospitals. This is a scenario as far as the MRI is concerned, so almost 240 or 250 MRIs are being imported, and the typical cost of MRI is approximately 6 to 7 crores. We have, as per the data, 7.43% compound annual growth. And with that, the expected import is 2625 crores by 2026. Currently, we have 1.5 MRI per 10 lakh population. I think even if you go to the bigger hospital like AIIMS, you have 3 to 4 months' time to go for MRI. And in TMH, particularly in Mumbai, they have 6 months of waiting period. And by the time, I think patient will die. So even if we target 1 MRI per lakh population, we need at least 9,000 to 10,000 MRI. And each MRI is something like 8 to 9 or maybe 6 to 7 crores. So this is a kind of requirement we have. 60,000 crore worth of MRI is required in India. So I think it's a great motivation for all of us that we should be working. And also I think government also should come up and support this so that even if we achieve 25% of that, it is a big, big amount. Now I'll talk about a little about MRI journey. So this project started in 2015, thanks to MITI, and most of the project actually has been supported by MITI. 2015, we submitted the proposal and it was approved, and we started studying the complete system, and we came up with a document of the specification of different subsystems. And 2017, we started developing some of the prototypes of subsystems. And during that time, we bought one magnet, because magnet is going to be the most critical component and difficult to build. So we bought one magnet at Samir, and in 2018, we started integrating some of the subsystems. By 2019, we organized 2 major workshops where we invited experts from US, MIT, Columbia, various experts from US, so that they can actually, who are expert on hardware and software. And they came and validated various subsystems, characterized it, and they gave us the feedback. And based on those feedbacks, we at Samir modified and incorporated those suggestions. And by 2020, we integrated complete system, hardware system. And then CDAC, meanwhile, was working on various software systems, subsystems. And 2021, we integrated successfully with the hardware and software. And in 2021, by end of 2021, we got first image of fruit. And then in 2022, we started getting images of we started conducting animal trial. Meanwhile, we started engaging industry, and we were fortunate that we had 7 industry who are now partnering with us. And then human trial started in 2023 or 2024, and finally now, recently we got the CDSCO license for doing clinical trial. And we are hoping to take this MRI, what we have developed, to AIMS, which we have signed a couple of months back in the month of November. And we wish that by 2026, we should be having a commercially deployable MRI. So this is a journey which we had in MRI. I just want to just give glimpses. This is a magnet of MRI. Probably many of you would not have seen that. So when you see MRI, you see a complete box inside the MRI room, a magnet room. But this is how the journey has been. You can see it started with simulation, then bobbin, coil, and then integrating some of the system. And the challenge here is that whatever you design, it has to be designed in ambient, and it has to be installed in ambient temperature conditions. But again, when you close it, it has to work at 4.2 Kelvin. So very, very extreme environment, the entire system has to be working. So that is why only 2 or 3 players are there who are manufacturing this magnet. And now our magnet is ready and being tested at IUSC. IUSC has been responsible for developing this magnet. You can see that it is giving you 1.5 Tesla magnetic field. Similarly, whatever other subsystems Samir has been involved, so you can see the journey of those devices being developed. And finally, we have reached to this stage where most of these products are being manufactured by the industry. So this is the amplifier, this is a spectrometer. And now, currently, this is a system which is installed in the Samir premise, and trials are going on, and after these trials, probably we will be shifting it to AIMS. So these are some of the images of my knee before I got this approval from CDSCO. We took a chance to do the imaging. So I know significant achievement in this journey is that we have indigenously developed practically all the components, subsystems, except 2, which also we have started now, gradient amplifier and gradient coil. Rest everything has been developed in-house, magnet by IUSC, other RF systems by Samir, and software by CDAC. And it has been a real fascinating journey for, I think, all the MRI team. CDSCO license for clinical trial is received, and as I told you that we have now consortium and industry formed for the manufacturing. Similarly, in linear accelerator, we have gone through the same journey. I think we started with 2 MeV. This is the first machine which was installed at PGI Chandigarh, and now this is the machine which has gone to Adyar Hospital. And we have already given 1.5 million doses to various patients in India. Right now, currently 3 machines are operational. Here also, most of the components and subsystems have been developed. This is a microwave assembly. This is the most crucial subsystem of LINAC accelerator tube. It has been completely designed, developed, and fabricated within Samir. And these are different subsystems and components which has been developed. This is a modulator for the LINAC. And a complete controls console designed and developed by Samir. And this is a software to operate linear accelerator. These are the 3 machines right now installed at Indore, Amravati, and this is the latest one which has gone to Adyar. This was inaugurated by our Honorable Minister in 2022. The next project which right now we are doing is high energy electron linear accelerator technology for generation of radioisotopes. This is a first of its kind where we are generating almost 13 MeV energy and 10 kilowatt of beam power. And here we are actually using Moly 100 to, it's a stable material, and converting into Moly 99, and finally we are trying to extract technetium 99 from that. The capability of this system is also to expose actinium, copper, And this machine, maybe in a few months or in a year time, will be shifted to INMAS for generation of radioisotopes, and a lot of other R&Ds planned to be conducted on that. Here also, if you see, this is a complete building block. So you have two LINEX. One is, both are 15 MeV, and then you have a bending magnet. And you can see the pictures of those subsystems which are already developed and fabricated. This is a place where the moly will be kept, and it is a irradiation chamber so that no neutron or any ions can come out. And this is also has been actually installed in Samir. This is a robot which actually picks the material and takes it inside the chamber. So, and this is a complete assembly which is being done, and testing is going on. And I think maybe in 4 to 5 months we will be completing the trials. And this is a massive development. If you come to Samir, you can see. This is another project where Mr. OK is working. This is a blood irradiator. And this is also completed now. It is going for the SEDESCO trials or license, correct? This is the one which has been developed by Samir. This is a DST project, and this project is has been kept for demonstration in our exhibition. And these are the images which is taken by this OCT. This system has been developed quite long back, and it has been transferred to multiple manufacturers, and I think few thousands of machines are now installed in various hospitals. And this is basically for the treatment of medical waste to disinfect it. There are multiple models on that. So we have a success story, and typically after development, we transfer the technology to industry. And the question which asked is actually connected to this only, that the heat which is felt by industry is that such a huge technology when they take, and there are a lot of stake has been put by them, there should be some kind of a guarantee that at least few numbers of such system will be installed, because otherwise all these MNCs are there to kill them. So I think that is where I think we need to do something as a country. So we have multiple industries who are partnering with MRI. So this is the one which was installed at Adyar just 2 years back. So this is a roadmap which we have put for us, for Samir. So right now, we have in the LINEC, we wish that we will be able to complete the commercially deployable system by 2026, and which is advanced LINEC, and then they will start manufacturing the systems. The magnetron or klystron, which is actually bought, and we had an apprehension that once we commercialize it, probably we will not get these components. So now we have taken an initiative to develop these components also, so that dependency can be brought down. Similarly, in MRI also, we plan that by 2026 we should be having a commercially deployable MRI. And then we can scale up deployment by industry. Of course, industry needs some support, so maybe we can find out a way to do that. And then Samir and CDAC can look into the next generation MRI technology. So this is a roadmap which we feel we should be able to achieve. We need support, but I think it is definitely possible. And these 3-4 machines, if you add, that itself will be, there is an import of more than 5,000 crore per year. And if we can convert this into a product by industry, I think it will be really good. So first clinical trial 2026, and then we can move forward, and by 2029 or around that, even if 50% of this production can be done, it will be a big achievement. The kind of consortium which Dr. Rathore was talking, so we are working on that. Right now, Samir and industry with the R&D Institute, we are already having a consortium. We are adding up some of the universities, IITs, for doing some advanced work where they can work on the prototyping and then Samir can take it up. And also we are working with the regulatory, we already have a small facility for medical device. We would like to upgrade it to, for the testing of MRI so that we can have this facility available for the industry. And finally, we need to have hospitals. So we are in touch with some of the hospitals, and AIMS, particularly Director AIMS, has shown a lot of interest in promoting indigenous technology. So we are hoping that we'll get more support. So we have opportunity in diagnostic. After doing this, we can go for high field or we can go for ultra low field. Maybe we can incorporate AI/ML for accelerated imaging. In treatment, we have a lot of advancement in oncology systems, so we can think of proton therapy, hadron therapy. And for high energy LINAC, there's a lot of opportunity. So I think these are the opportunities which our scientists have, and we are hopeful that we will be able to take some of these opportunities. So I would say that India is on the verge of democratizing medical devices with right push from government, industry collaboration, and co-creation, enabling manufacturing ecosystem. India soon will realize homegrown high-tech medical devices to serve underserved people of our country. And this is what we want, or this is what we do, meeting countries' needs indigenously and securely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening all of us on how Samir is contributing towards self-reliant and Viksit Bharat with support of MITI Government of India. Now, open the floor.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Dr. S.B. Bhattacharya.
Good morning.
We have met before. My question is regarding your expectation about standards. So what sort of, because you seem to be a little... Okay. The BIS more or less adopts international standards, is not developing Indian standards. So where do you think the gap is?
I think the gap is that we have just getting into the groove of manufacturing these devices, and I think we never thought that India will be getting into this kind of thing. So standardization, and I think nobody has given any thought. So actually I was in a couple of committees, and the simple theory was that, okay, let us not waste time, let us adopt it. So that's how it has gone. But I think now it is high time that when we start manufacturing, we need to also have our own standard. We need to also ask any machine which is coming to India should qualify to those standards. Because otherwise, when anything is being made in India, then we have to go through the very complex process. But if anything comes with the FDA approval or any stamp from abroad, we are simply adopting it. So I think now it is a time to even look at the standard.
Well, I can only, because I am a member of the Health Information Sectional Committee of BIS, and I cannot comment on the medical devices part. But as far as the health informatics part, we definitely do a very deep due diligence, go into the in-depth as to whether these are at all required in India or not.
Yeah.
And only once we are satisfied, we recommend it being adopted. So I can only, my expectation is that probably the same process is being followed for medical devices. I have only one more comment to make. It's not a question. That it would be best for us if we conform to the international standards, because why are we only looking at the Indian market? We should actually be developing medical devices which we can market abroad, and we will always have the price advantage. So but only we will be able to do that only if we conform to the international standards. Thank you.
So right now we are actually looking at the conforming to the international standards only. Why I was telling that, see, sometime we have a local needs, so it's better to have our own standards. When we are starting the manufacturing, I am saying that it can comply to FDA standards. No, we are not reinventing, but some of the standards.
This has been, I'm sorry I have to say this, that this is, I have heard it, repeated ad nauseum. We must have Indian standards, and therefore let's not do anything about it. And we are losing out. This is a very negative attitude. We must not do this. No. And the international standards are very good standards. At least in health informatics, I can definitely tell you. See, and we have to do it for the world. The world is a village. And we just can't think of that, okay, let's only Indian standards. We cannot wait. To do that and, deliver, you are going to see at a 20-year, 30-year
No, I am not
delay.
saying that
And
we
I'm
have
sorry,
to
I have
wait.
to say this.
I am not saying that we have to wait for.
I disagree with your. I'm sorry. I think.
I am not saying that we have to wait till that time. We adopt the international standard, but also we need to look at, because see, things are changing. Like in case of MRI, we only have a standard for 1.5 Tesla. Now, world is going for ultra low field, and new standards are being made. We should be party to that slowly, because see, we should not be neglected. That I completely agree. Yeah, because see, what happened that we should not be overlooking that this aspect of being part of standardization. So typically what happens that we blindly follow something. Instead of that, when new things are, even in 1.5 Tesla also, there are a lot of, like AIML things are coming, which was not part of any standardization, correct? Now it is coming in. So when we are venturing into manufacturing, we should also be part of that. So that's what my take is.
If you are talking about AI, ML, I can only tell you that currently I am the convener of the AI in healthcare working panel. And if you have any suggestions, please feel free to write to BIS, and I will give you my personal guarantee that I will give it the best possible attention.
Sure. Thank you.
Sir, here, sir. We met yesterday. Formal introduction, I'm Dr. Vikas, Professor of Neurosurgery at NIMHANS. So NIMHANS incidentally has the highest number of MRIs to my knowledge in the country. We have 7 MRIs and MRI PET. So a big congratulations coming from institute like NIMHANS. The work which you have done is phenomenal. We always compare to rocket science. So in terms of rocket science, when you have developed the MRI machine, it is equivalent to the Mars orbiter. Something which was always thought impossible, which you have done, and the work which is there is phenomenal. That's my humble submission to you.
Thank you.
You have spoken so much about the monetary parts of it and several other aspects. One of the things which I would love to tell you is that a lot of research, which has always been withheld from Indian researchers because you do not have access to machine level data, is just now open, which not many people know. The second thing is sequences. So every sequence has been American, European sequence. We have got patented sequence. We as clinicians have always wanted different sequences. There is a lot of unexplored area within the brain which you've never been able to explore because machines were not there capable enough to handle the information and this one, which you open up the possibilities. We would love to be partners of your research initiatives. You showed the last slide in which the arrow is one way from between the engineering and the research field to the hospitals. I feel we should also have a cross arrow back from the
Yeah.
hospital side into the
Yeah,
this one
that's
where we
right.
can contribute.
Yeah, in fact, I would say that I think in probably in the world, the kind of open MRI we have, anybody can have any access to any component. So I think that's something which probably you can come and visit and see, because you would have seen the MRI which is completely closed
Box. It's a
and not
box.
accessible.
It's- yes, sir.
Here
Black
you have a
box.
complete access. So whatever you wish to do, even you can remove the nut and bolt and component and see the impact of it. So actually in 2015, first workshop which we organized was nuts and bolts of MRI, and we actually now understand what is the nuts and bolts of MRI. So I invite you, please come to Samir.
Thank you
and
for
see.
that, sir. So, and I think maybe you should quote this in your next statistics whenever you're presenting, that NIMHANS has 7 MRIs, but we still have a waiting list of 15 days.
Sure, sir.
So
I
that's
think we
the-
can add. We are submitting a proposal to MIT to create at least 3-4 MRI and put it into the research facilities and IITs so that they can do whatever they wish to do.
Yeah. We are always eagerly looking for the first machine with us.
Sure, sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Audience too. We have come of medical devices. I would like to thank you to our distinguished guest speakers for sharing their expertise today. Your insights in regulation and future of medical devices have been incredibly valuable. I also thank to the audience present here for their thoughtful attention and questions. Kindly join us for 15 minutes networking break right outside. After tea break, we will continue with our next session on medical electronics. Have a
So I'll make a slight modification, 10 minutes break for tea. So please join back within 10 minutes. Announcement before we begin the session. Please, there's an announcement from the organizers that at 15:45 at the same location, Zorawar Hall, all are requested to be there at 15:45 for 15 minutes. There will be a small prize distribution ceremony at this venue over here. So I request Viren Uke to please continue the session. Viren, all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Abhay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for this follow-up session on medical electronics. To begin with session on medical electronics, it is both honor and a privilege to introduce our distinguished guest speaker, who is a visionary leader and one of the foremost minds in biomedical and defense health research, Dr. Sudhir Chandna, Director of Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences in Mass, a premier establishment under Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Chandna. Sir, we are eager to hear your keynote address on integrating medical technologies for national CBRN preparedness.
Very good afternoon, and firstly, thanks to the organizers for inviting me to share whatever thoughts and ideas and whatever work we do. I have written here a little different title from what you have announced, but it is on the same lines. The talk is on basically how to enhance the CBRN capabilities, especially in health sector. And I will just mention that our Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences, this is the institute. I was listening to Rajesh Harshji's talk. So I'll just mention that in 1986, we had the first MRI, I think, in the country, in INMAS. And right now, recently I visited your facility, I think about 10 months back, or not immediately, but yeah. So I remember that this MRI was, being talked about, and then I requested that I want to see this. And I visited your facility, and then I requested that we should also be actively involved in this. So whenever the MRI is getting ready, we will be one of the people who would be very much interested in helping you in any, and let us know any help, during the clinical trials also. And then we are also working with Samir on the 30 MeV LINAC Samir is making for us. And I'm very glad to share that on my request, they actually agreed to modify the LINAC design to help us do the animal irradiation also. So thanks a lot. And with this, I start some things. I am not from the electronics background, so I was a little scared to come for the medical electronics session. But then I thought, let me share what is needed as a biomedicine researcher from the electronics or health sector industries, or whatever we have the gaps we can fill together, because at times we face some difficulties in translating our research. So that is where a lot of interface is needed between the different disciplines. So I will, with this, okay. This is not moving. Yeah. I don't know whether it moved by this or anyway. So, as a biologist, we keep thinking what could we do without the instrumentation, without the computational tools. So the question is, can biologists live without instrumentation, computational tools? No. Example is the first microscope in 17th century. This is just, I have put some examples of very old microscopes, systems, which made the possibility of looking at life, which is at the microscopic level, in a clear way. And if we talk of if I can have the next slide. Okay, it's not moving, I don't know. Oh, yeah. Now, when we move on to the biomedicine, there are so many things in biomedicine, right from looking inside the cell to inside a tissue, looking at the blood cell proportions, then biological diversity, wildlife studies, disease diagnosis. We have blood biochemistry, urine examination, disease diagnosis. Again, I have written this, and imaging. Images, ultrasound, CT scan, MRI. I have just covered this here to emphasize the point that the world of biomedicine or medicine, it depends heavily on the development of instrumentation and various kinds of tools that we need for working on the biological system or medical diagnosis. Next slide. Okay. Now, if we look at the strategic point of view, what happens is, in the health sector, you do regular diagnosis, you do some, nowadays there is an industry of fitness also, where there are a lot of real-time assessment of your medical parameters. So when we talk of the scenario of NBC or CBRN, it is chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats that pose a significant risk to national and global security. We are also in need of some tools which can help our soldiers survive, and also our forces work, and also our civilians safe. So in that zone where the CBRN kind of threats are there, we need some kind of biosensors to work for the defense sector. We need wearable health monitors, telemedicine platforms, and of course AI integrated diagnostics. And this can play a very vital role in the early detection and health status monitoring and decision making during the CBRN events. Now, if we talk of the electronics in CBRN surveillance, the early warning systems where the biosensors detect toxic exposures, nerve agents, even radiation effects, in fact not radiation, but the radiation effects. So we are working on different kind of early diagnosis, early warning systems, biomarkers for radiation also, and real-time health monitoring where we can use it in the CBRN environments, then field diagnostics, and for the remote triage and monitoring of personnel in the hot zones. When we talk of hot zones, I am talking of the hot zones of radiation as well as any other pandemic. We have just had the pandemic experience, all of us, very, very recent. And the issues that we have seen in those, that pandemic time is, people used to take the oxygen cylinders at home, they used to put oxygen, and then they used to rush to the hospital when the health worsened. And they did not know, we had this SpO2 levels by the sensor, but what they did not know is that removing suddenly the oxygen support, what it does to your system. And when they rushed from one hospital to the other or from home to the hospital, what would happen to them, how they should be kept safe, in what way. There are so many intricate medical issues that doctors have seen at that time, and many lives were lost when they were rushing from one hospital to the other. So, similarly, when you have such a situation where there is a war kind of situation where nowadays the war is not simple, it is hybrid. Anything can be done anytime. So it is all arms are out. Even the threats of the nuclear blast or the nuclear facilities being bombarded, you have seen recently. So when our forces are into that zone, how to help them, how to support them. So we need very advanced kind of monitoring systems for health. Okay, so if we talk of the global innovation landscape, and please pardon me, some of these may not be, I didn't get time to verify everything. Maybe some things are, much more than what I am saying. So, but in general, I just wanted to share that integrated biosensors like WAN FET biosuits, battlefield diagnostics, portable mass spectrometry systems for chemical agent detection and smart protective masks, real-time radiation mapping, and AI-driven syndromic surveillance using medical IoTs, and the robotic systems for triage in nuclear incidents, nanotech biosensors. So these are some of the things that are available in this field in different countries. They are making different kind of gadgets. Question is, where is India? Question is, where are we? Are we looking at the spectrum of gadgets, sensors, biosensors? Even I remember when I started working in the lab and I needed to make some kind of gadgets which needed some constant temperature. I was amazed to see that we don't have the reliable temperature control systems at that time. I'm talking of 3 decades or 4 decades back, but I don't know now, things may be much better. But if I look at my lab, I get the CO2 incubators where the controlled CO2 environment is kept and controlled humidity and temperature is maintained. The sensors are, I think, not there from India. So these are the things that we need to see. And if we talk of the overall gap analysis in these areas, the standardization deficit is there, lack of interoperability among wearable surveillance systems across NATO and allied forces. Now, this is one of the things that I think they are working very diligently on, and many things they have covered. When we talk of the bioagent detection, you remember some of you might have heard about some bio threats. Of course, we've had the corona recently, which was no less than a bio agent. But there are some controlled bioagents which are used by the countries as a threat or as a deterrent or as a kind of offensive moves like anthrax spores. So the bioagent detection has to be very fast and it has to be very efficient. Similarly, the chemical detection. And then we talk of the integration issues between the defense medical surveillance and civilian emergency systems. So that is where our AI tools and AI/ML, it comes into the picture. Talking of the Indian scenario, development of wearable physiological monitors and dosimeters for troops, personal radiation dosimeters. Of course, now we are improving in this area in India, and environmental radiation mapping systems. Use of GIS, drone-based surveillance, and mobile biolabs in disaster scenarios. So these are different areas where industry can, enhance further, or Samir can take up some of the activities. AI/ML algorithms for early outbreak detection using syndromic surveillance. Right now, India has taken a very big step in in the health sector by starting the One Health program, and which is able to see the zoonotic diseases popping up here and there. The surveillance system is starting in a better way. I hope things will improve in time, but we need more and more engineering solutions. And I would not have the human decision making with the biomarkers. And then the responder health monitoring, the first responders going into any exposed areas, biological surveillance, and then decontamination, and then, of course, the cyber security of medical devices. Because that's also now we are into the zone, into the times of telemedicine, and many things you need for the field, especially you need to connect with the field. This will be through the internet, and then you need to have the cyber security of your gadgets. So if we talk of the gap areas, the multi-agent sensor sensitivity, where the hybrid nanobiosensors for real-time multi-agent detection could be developed, integration with wearables and AI data analytics. And I'll just mention here the data analytics, the use is increasing in India. But if I look at the health sector, we are actually one of the most lagging countries in the database. Our hospitals, some of the hospitals maintain, some new initiatives are now coming up, but we are far, far behind in the database and data analytics. So this is one area where the health sector can benefit a lot. Times are changing, people are becoming more vulnerable to different the scenarios or different environment systems, different pathogens. The sensitivity is increasing because of the health and fitness issues. So we need all these tools to help us. And then continuous biomarker monitoring, non-invasive wearable biosensors, telemedicine, connectivity. So the integration with telehealth and EHR system, we have just talked. Then the power and portability. And when we talk of the field duties, and they could get very tough. So how much portability is there possible to have? Right now, I am also struggling with one of the techniques that we have invented in our lab. We have made this a very simple, cost-effective technique, but we are not able to miniaturize the instrument, the equipment needed for this. So I'll come to that also. And training and usability, standardization. Of course, we were talking of the standardization. There was a just discussion I heard. So we should have all these factors in place. And when we talk of, because I work in the area of radiation biomarkers, I thought let me just share something with you. This is a figure which is an open domain publication, international publication, well peer reviewed. This is by about 15-20 scientists written together. They are mostly from Europe. And in this article, different types of biomarkers which are used for health monitoring of people exposed to radiation. Now, when we talk of health monitoring, we talk of the risk assessment when people get exposed to radiation. First is the acute biomarkers. When we get exposed to radiation, then the clinical triage is to be done. The medical fraternity has to see who has got exposed to very high doses of radiation, or who has got exposed to radiation doses which are still safe, so that they can provide medical treatment in a method of triage, where the most needy survivors, patients, they can be given the treatment. In the case of radiation, there is a situation where the bone marrow gets suppressed, and like in chemotherapy and radiotherapy. And when accidental exposures or from the aggression of any event which is like a Hiroshima, Nagasaki, or an accident like Chernobyl, Fukushima. Fukushima was very well contained. There are some incidents, you remember Mayapuri incident in Delhi. Like this, that happened in 2010-11, and then, but prior to this, there was an incident in Brazil in 1986 or 7. So people get exposed, but 100,000 people had to be screened in Brazil. In Mayapuri incident, there were, because of the nature of the contaminant, this was a solid material. It was not dispersed here and there, so there were fewer people affected than the Brazil incident. In the Brazil incident, there was a cesium-137 powder, which was very shiny, and everybody distributed. People distributed, and then there was a girl on whose dresses also they embellished, and the nail paints and all that. Too many people got exposed. So the question is, when people get exposed to radiation, what do we do? First, we have to find out whether they have got exposed to heavy dose of radiation. So that needs a quick assessment. So for that, my lab and my institute works a lot. We have developed some new techniques also. There are techniques which are shown in this slide. These are different assays which are biomarkers, which are internationally well used and established. But we are working on different user-friendly, field-friendly, portable devices, and also assays, we call them techniques or assays. So this is a very important area where miniaturization of equipments, electronics is very much needed by us. Here I'm showing you the example. This is the data generated in my lab. Here what you see, the glowing cells, these are the young erythrocytes, or polychromatic erythrocytes as we call them, or we call them reticulocytes, reticulocytes. And if you look at the graph, and this is, okay. If you look at the line graphs, you will see a kind of red circle, which is showing the suppression time. It is a time kinetics, and then at different doses. As the dose of radiation is increasing, and this is done with the animals, small animals, and as the dose is increasing, the suppression time is also increasing. But later on, the graph is coming up. It shows that the young erythrocytes have stopped coming into the bloodstream, and then later on, they have started coming back into the bloodstream, showing the bone marrow suppression, and then later on the recovery. Now, why I'm showing you this is that these are microscopic pictures, micrographs, but we have developed an assay where we have the flow cytometry based same kind of measurements, which makes it high throughput. Whether imaging based or whether flow based, high throughput systems are required to take to the field and also in the clinics. So we are looking for microfluidics as well as fluorescence combined, some miniature equipment. We want to get them ready for clinical use, which can be used for the field use during the radiation exposures for our CBRN threat scenarios. Here, this is the flow cytometry base, same experiments conducted with flow cytometry. So if you look at the green dots, those will vanish in some of the squares, and this is showing that these are the young erythrocytes vanishing from the bloodstream, and then with the later time they are recovering. So this is the graph made with this, and if you look at this slide shows some kind of structural or morphological changes, we call them, in the red blood cells. Now, with the radiation, the cells will also respond. If there is a heavy dose of radiation, the cellular morphology can change, especially in the circulating RBCs. So, the morphometrics is very much an area which we are trying to develop further, and this can give a lot of good with the AI-based tools and imaging. We can develop more sensitive tools for assessing, and in this assay for the blood, we just need a drop of blood with the finger prick. So this is the beauty of this assay, and going forward with the recommendations, I think I've just tried to make some things here, develop indigenous smart wearables for, we have a lot of wearables in the country now, but how much are they helping us? How much is the Indian industry is really making, not assembling? Where are we in terms of making the future ready, the country? Invest in AI-based analytics and also establish CBRN med data repositories and cross-sector integration with the military surveillance and civilian public health. So need to have a lot of integration. We work with the other ICMR and DHR and now government has really promoted the interministerial committees and functioning and planning. So it's a good phase going on. How much we can utilize it for the development of new gadgets and new tools. And create training capsules for CBR and medical response using medical electronics. So if I want to conclude here, I just have these statements. Medical electronics hold transformative potential in CBR and defense. And India must accelerate indigenous development. I was listening to Rajesh Harshji that it is not just make in India, it is to be made by Indians. So that's a very eye-opening statement. And then building the skilled workforce, that is where we should actually focus on. I don't know how much of the talent we can retain in India, but I think the global scenarios are changing. India is improving a lot. Let's hope for the best, and with the data science and biology collectivity, we can work a lot. And with this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for giving us insights on how medical technologies are being integrated for national CBRN preparedness. Now I open the floor for 5-minute question and answer session.
So thank you for a very interesting talk, and we have got a very different perspective, though we are working on accelerators and dealing with radiation almost every day. So when we talk about radiation and nuclear threats, this is where my interest is. So as you talked about this Mayapuri incident and the nuclear threats we see in the future during war scenarios, so the radiation levels are way different if you talk about, yeah. So in that case, how do you see that you have a dream facility where you can test a very mild radiation to a very nuclear threat-like radiation? And like what is the required from the scientists, like who can give you radiation as a test equipment?
Yeah, very apt and interesting point. Actually, 4 months back, I had organized a conference in this hall, and that is on heavy ions and space radiobiology effects. And from about a dozen countries, leading experts had come who work for NASA also, as also heavy ion therapy and heavy ion systems. We have taken a call in that 3 days international conference where we are starting the activity of heavy ions radiobiology in India. Why this is very important is because of the scenario that you are talking. When there is a nuclear emergency, there is a mixed radiation exposure and of different quantums, different proportions. So we would like to see if Samir can also take up this activity. We want to build the heavy ion radiobiology infrastructure in the country, because radiobiology is a subject which we are now also introducing with the very nice help from Director IUAC. We are able to, we are hoping that it will be soon a subject in the Indian curriculum, because radiation biosciences or radiation biology, or we call it radiobiology also, is focused right now, centered only in two institutions mainly, and some of the academia at very small scale. So that is BARC and INMAS. We hold the fort for the radiobiology. For last 25-30 years, we have been holding a semester course in MSc Biomedical Sciences in Delhi University. But I think we should build radiation biosciences in a big way in the country, because this is one threat which is not going to reduce ever. It is always going to increase. So building the radiobiology infrastructure with the heavy ions, mixed radiation, that means low linear energy transfer and high linear energy transfer, heavy ions exposure, we need this facility to do these studies. And India has, I tell you, I think we can vouch for the talent in India. If we create such a system, then excellent people are there to work. And I work with the international community of radiobiologists for a long time. And I know that India has got everything. So let's look forward to building something here. This is what will be needed.
Hello. So thank you, sir, first of all, accepting our invitation to be part of this event. Of course, this requirement which you discuss, I think probably we will have more discussion at Samir, and I think here we will need some kind of a consortium approach where IUAC and all like-minded people can be brought together. One of the area which you talked about, that there is a need for biosensor or chemical detection so I just want to share with you that we did one project wherein we developed it's called EVON system. It was meant for again DRD only, and there we developed a system using photonics, and we were able to detect at PPB level kind of, I won't be able to tell you what chemicals and this thing, but at PPB or sub-PPB level also we could detect. So maybe, if you can also connect with us, who is the right person at INMAS, I think we can explore that, whether we can connect, utilize the same expertise to convert into this kind of sensor. I think that is...
sure.
If you can tell us which are the chemicals which we are, because we have to find the signature.
Right.
Where we can get the signature so that we can develop the technology.
Okay. There are two different areas. One is the, the chemical weapons where the DRD Gwalior works. And they are developing systems like ACARDA or ICARDA for this. Another area which is very important for the country is industrial chemicals. And there a lot of help is needed by NDRF. And they keep approaching us, we keep guiding them often. Let's connect and let's see what we can do best in these areas. Sure.
Sir, to express our heartfelt gratitude for your valuable presence and insightful contributions, I request our Program Director, Shri Rajesh Harji, Samir, to kindly come forward and give moment to Dr. Channa Director INMAS as a symbol of our respect and
Thank you.
gratitude.
Thank you.
Next distinguished guest speaker is Shri Asim Sahu, Deputy Drugs Controller India, who is a key voice in India's healthcare and regulatory ecosystem. Shri Sahu is associated with the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO, under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Please join Shri Sahu. Sir, we are eager to hear your keynote address on regulatory of medical devices in India.
Very good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, it's my pleasure to be the part of this TechVerse 2025. And I must thanks the organizer to give the invitation to be the part of this and also to deliver the keynote address on the regulation of the medical devices. So thank you very much for that. For medical devices, we as India, if you see, this sector is growing sector, but not as what the achievement we did for the pharma sectors. And the pharma sector, we have our indigenous capability. And not only the indigenous capability, we are also exporting more than 200 countries for various type of the drugs and pharmaceuticals. If we see the medtech industry in the country, this country is totally depending on the import right now. The ratio, if you see, the ratio is more as compared to the indigenously developed medical devices. So reason is that earlier, if you see in the country, there is no well-defined regulatory structures for the device. This industry is fragmented. No any control on the quality or safety of the product. Only based on the claim of the manufacturers and the trend analysis, we are understanding the products are meeting the requirement. So, and also the technical requirement, if you see, though the regulation started recently in the sense 2017, we have come up with the separate regulations. But before that only, we have the regulation under the Drugs and Cosmetic Rules 1945. So a lot of challenges that our industry is facing and also the countries, because every medical device, if you see, mostly high-end devices are still we are depending on the imported materials and devices only. So I will brief the how the genesis of the rules and what is the current requirement and how we can go ahead for development or how the regulatory challenge in the development of the medical device or medtech industry in the country. So next slide, please. So if you see the industry, almost the growth rate is very significant, 14% as per the CAGR. But the industry size, if you see, it is around 11 billion. It varies, but the government that vision is to be the US dollar 50 billion at least by 2030. And for that, so many that initiative has been taken by the governments. If you see the current our capability, we had capability in mostly implantable and disposable devices. If you see, though the regulation has started recently, but the implantable and the disposable, even that is not under the regulation earlier, but still we have the capability and we are exporting most of the disposable to mostly developed country also. So all the disposable, implantable, you talked about implantable, very significant that role we have played for implantable, and we are exporting quality devices to most of the developed country, and the implantable devices are mainly our cardiac stent, heart valve, IOL. These are the main that implantable devices, and also the in vitro diagnostics. So these are our current that strength in respect of the medtech sectors. For high-end devices, definitely we are still have to achieve and long way to go. But the best part ki that India has come up with the innovation and so many that indigenous manufacturers, all the technical institute, they have come up with the technology, and now we have started indigenously develop the high-end devices also. And so many that steps by way of the National Medical Device 2023, the government has come up to have the ecosystem in the country for its development and growth of the sector. So, as one of the step forwards on the regulations, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has come up with the specific requirement for the medical devices, and that separate law we have implemented from the January 2018 by way of Medical Device Rule 2017. This is the act. If you see, still we have the challenge ki the devices, though the definition we have notified separately, but still it is under the definition of the drugs. If you see the drug definition under the Act, Section 3B4, under that category we are notifying the devices. Earlier, prior to the notification of the definition, the Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is notifying the category of the devices. It is not that all the devices are come under the regulation. Only the devices which is notified would come under the regulations. So by way of the notification of the category till 2020, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has notified almost 29 category of the devices. And accordingly, the regulation is started for the 29 categories. But we know that the regulation of the devices category-wise very difficult. We don't know, and it is a innovative that sector is there. So how many devices are there, or what the new devices are coming in the country, we don't have such that information. So, and also the globally also most of the stringent authority, they are coming up with the specific definition like drugs. In drugs, any devices or any substances intended to be used for diagnosis, treatment, prevention, or alleviation of the disease or disease or disorder that cover automatically under the definition of the drugs. So like the definitions, the Ministry of Health is of the opinion that let us notify the definition of the medical devices and the definition which is globally accepted definition, that why can't we notify that definition so as to have the comprehensive regulation in the country. So in the year 2020, we have come up with the definition of the medical device, and this definition we have notified And as per these definitions, irrespective of the notified devices or non-notified devices, all devices automatically come. What the qualify the definition of the medical devices. If you see the definition, it is at par with the globally accepted definition of the medical devices. But the challenge again, when we have come up with the notification, implementation is still lot of challenge. We need to also think whether the availability should be continue, the product should be made available to the people. So for its implementation, because already all the devices are being used in the Indian population, whether it is regulated or not. So the mandatory licensing requirement for all the devices of the medical devices. This is the pathway. If you see the regulatory pathway since beginning, 1940 the first act, and then the rule 1945. Though since then, a lot of amendments in the act was carried out. Then, as already I have explained, under the section 3B4 of the drug definitions, the ministry started notifying the devices. The first 3 devices was initially notified in the year 1989, and that is very simple devices. It is a disposable syringe, needles, and perfusion sets. Thereafter, there is no any notification till 2002. So in 2002, we have come up with a certain diagnostic, high critical diagnostic like HIV, HBS, AGS-CB, and blood grouping sera. And thereafter, in 2005, consequent to the court cases, 10 major category of the devices, which are basically focusing on the implantable mostly. So cardiac stent, heart valves, internal replacement, bone cements, orthopedic implants like devices we have notified. So, as already explained, for notifying is the devices very, very challenging. So, in 2020 February, we have come up with the definition, and the phased wise we have implemented the new notifications, and already explained these are the roadmap. Now all the devices are regulated, and you need to take the license whenever the product is for launch for the marketing in the country. The medical device rule 2, why it has come? Because earlier, prior to this, in the rule, though we have the notified devices for its regulations, the requirements are not clearly prescribed in the drug rules, because drug rules mainly focus on the requirement of the drugs. So, to have the specific requirement for the clinical study, for the marketing authorizations, for manufacturing, for testing of the lab, for the standards that we have come up with the medical device rule, and this rules gives the specific requirement which is globally accepted or the globally accepted requirement applicable for the medical devices. And this law, these rules, what we have made in the medical device rule 2017 is aligned with the regulatory requirement as being followed by stringent regulatory authority and other regulatory authorities. In these rules, we have the total 12 chapters, 97 consisting of 97 rules and 8 schedule, as well as the different forms for the different activity. That is the 43 types of various forms we have included in the rule. The chapters, if you see the chapters, the provisions for various activity like the definitions, applicability, your authorities, your provision for the import, provision for the manufacturing, provision for the investigational or the new in vitro diagnostics, provision for the conduct of the clinical investigation for the medical devices, what are the labeling requirement, how the post-approval changes, all those things that should be given, what are the provision for the sale of the medical devices. So these 12 chapters includes various activity, and each provision is have the details requirement by way of the schedules, and this is total 8 schedule we have incorporated, where the specific requirement for import or for manufacturing, what the specific requirement, what the document that need to be submitted, that we have clearly prescribed. Also in the medical device rule, as all we are aware that it's a risk-based approach we have adopted globally also. The risk-based approach for the medical device regulation is there. So the criteria, and only difference here is for other country, if you see, there is a criteria for the risk classification, and the manufacturers may opt for the risk classification as per the devices being manufactured. But in India, the risk classification that is decided or determined by the Central Licensing Authority, and based on the criteria prescribed in the medical device rule. And the risk class is published by the Central Licensing Authority, that is the CDSCO, for its implementations. So whatever the classification we have published, the manufacturers or the importer, they have to fulfill the requirement as per the risk classification of the medical devices. And this list is already available on the website. If you see the classification list, it is a dynamic list. It is not key each and every devices is there, but most of the devices that is already classified under the list published on the website by the CDSCO. The devices, if it is not included, the innovator or the manufacturers may approach to the Central Licensing Authority based on the intended use principles and other that requirement. So that based accordingly the classification will be determined and the list will be updated accordingly. Fees, what are the fees, documents, all that cover under this 8th schedule. Also in the 8th schedule, we have given certain exemptions for the requirement of the license. So what are that exemptions? Like custom-made devices. If some devices that manufacturer has to manufacture based on the prescriptions by the registered medical practitioners. So for that devices, there is no requirement of any license. That exemption is given. Like also some devices that is for charitable purpose, so certain that clarification we have given that is not, they don't require any license, only the permission they have to take separately from the Central Licensing Authority. Risk-based classification, already explained. The 4 different categories we have classified. Also globally it is the similar classification, where the low risk is classified as a class A, and B is the low to moderate, C is the moderate to high, and D is the high risk classification. So this classification we have adopted, and based on that, the requirement, the regulatory requirement is also differ. Low risk, low requirement is there, and high risk, you have to go through the stringent requirement. If you see the key agency under that law, the basically key agency are the Central Licensing Authority and the State Licensing Authority. These are the authority responsible for sale, distribution, manufacturing, and import of the medical device in the country. In spite of these two that major stakeholders, there is a scope for the notified body also. The notified body registered with the central authority is responsible for audit of low-risk medical device manufacturing unit in the country. So if the manufacturer of the class A or the class B devices, they want to obtain the license, their site is inspected by this notified body. And the notified body already it is registered with the CDSCO only is the responsible for the audit. And the list is available on the website ki whosoever is notified so far for audit of the class A and class B devices. Medical device testing center, we have a lot of challenge in the testing of the medical devices. Why that these testing center are required? It is not key for each and every devices that has to be tested by this office, but wherever there is a possibility to ensure the quality of the devices available in the market, because that has to be, this facility can be utilized either by the regulators or by the manufacturers. So that provision we have made, and the medical device testing center, two types of the testing centers are there. One is the government testing, medical device testing center, and another one is the testing center registered under the rule for testing of the devices on behalf of the manufacturers. Bureau of Indian Standard play a critical role in framing the standards for the medical devices. So in the rule we have made mandatory, if there is a standards published by the BIS for the particular medical devices or the particular process, the product should confirm the requirement as prescribed by the BIS. That is the mandatory requirement. If there is a no BIS standard is published or the prescribed, then the manufacturers may opt for the ISO or ISA standards. If there is a no ISO or ISA standard of the particular product, so the manufacturers may opt for the pharmacopoeia standards or their in-house validated standards or any other applicable standards, like they can also opt for the ASTM standards or other national standards. So that flexibility is there. Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, basically this agency are responsible for monitoring of the safety of the medical devices available in the market. The Material Vigilance Program that the Government of India, Ministry of Health and Welfare has launched in the year 2015 with the objective to ensure the safety of the medical devices. So this IPC is the National Coordinating Center for monitoring of the safety of the medical devices by way of the Material Vigilance Program of India. QCI, Quality Council of India, that is basically rule is accreditation, and the NABCB role that we have notified this QCI, so that they can audit the site, the notified body, prior to the obtaining the registration certificate with the CDSCO. So these are the key agency, but the specific role, as already explained, is the Central State Authority or the Central Licensing Authority. Under the law, these are the major activities, and for each activities, who is the competent authority, that I try to tabulate it in that way, where you can see for all the import of the devices, irrespective of the low risk to high risk, is the Central Licensing Authority, that is the CDSCO. For manufacturing, for critical high-end devices, Central Licensing Authority would be the competent authority for grant of the license, and for low risk class A and B, the state authority. Conduct of the clinical investigation. The clinical investigation, it is not key for each and every clinical investigation. The innovator has to approach to the Central Licensing Authority, though it is the responsibility of the Central Licensing Authority only. But for the devices which is new in nature, any investigational medical devices or the new in vitro diagnostics, the devices which is first of its kind, not approved by the authority for marketing in the country, such devices, if it is to be marketed or licensed, so they need to undergo through the clinical investigation to prove the safety of the devices on the safety and performance of the devices on the Indian populations. So that role is mainly with the Central Licensing Authority. SAIL, totally with the state authority. Quality management system for the high risk, Central Licensing Authority is responsible for audit of the site. Audit with respect to the quality management system. Though we have the specific quality management system under the medical device rule, but it is in the line of the ISO 13485. So for the A and B notified bodies audit, but based on their audit, the state licensing authority will consider the application for launch. These are the various forms that I have summarized in one slide. What are the license that is required to be obtained for different activity. Manufacturing, we have that different license, MD13, that is one license manufacturing of the test batches, and the commercial license, MD5, MD6, or MD9 or MD10. Import, only one that test, if it is for testing purpose only, they need to take that MD17, and for commercialization, 15. For investigational devices, prior to give the import permission, they have to take the permission under the, as a investigational medical devices in case of the medical devices, and in new in vitro diagnostics in case of the new IVD, they need to take separate license, and then finally they can obtain for the import of the manufacturing license. Sale, different, that if they are holding the sale license in 20B or 20B under the drugs and cosmetic rules, they can sell the product, or for specific medical devices, they have to take the MD42 under the medical device rules. The standards are already explained. The BIC standard is mandatory, and if it is not, the other applicable standards. One thing also we need to say, it is for the medical devices, the standards means the in terms of the medical devices, there is a scope for the vertical standard, that is you can call as the product standards, and there is a process standard, we can call it the parallel standards. So what are the standards that is applicable? The two rule is there. One is the mandatory BIC standard, another one is the scope for the essential principle checklist for the safety and performance. That provision also we have made, where the manufacturer may identify the applicable standards for each and every activity during the manufacturing, starting from the raw material to the finished product, and they have to stick with the essential principle checklist for the particular devices with respect to safety and performance, and that provision is also we have included in the medical device rule. This table, I just explain that from the prototype to your commercial product, what the steps, regulatory pathway the innovator or the manufacturers need to follow, and what are the requirement, the summary of these requirement I have tried to cover, and this also we have prepared so that the people will understand when they are going to develop some devices, so what the regulatory pathway they need to fulfill, so that at the time of the commercialization of the product, they should aware and they fulfill these requirements. Otherwise, if certain documents or the information they have generated and they have not fulfilled the regulatory requirement, then their data cannot be considered for the regulatory approval, resulting delay, financial implication, and so many that hurdles are there. So initially, if any devices that has to be manufactured at any premises and finally it has to be commercialized, the innovator should have the license for manufacturing of the particular devices as a test batch. That is MD 12 is the application, 13 is there. So first they need to take this license, develop the product, or if already developed, so they can manufacture the test batches, at least 3 consecutive batches, to generate the validation, to generate the quality control data, validation data, safety data, and then they can submit that to the authority for taking necessary approval. And already, as I have told, if it is an investigational devices or the new devices, so they have to go through the clinical investigation and the permission, then only they can obtain the license. So these are the regulatory pathway applicable for development to final commercialization of the products they need to fulfill under the medical device. If you see in the rules, to have the ecosystem or even simplifications, the license is issued under the rule is in perpetuity. Means once you obtain the license, it would be continue till its suspension or cancellation or rejection of the license by the Central Licensing Authority. Risk-based approach we have adopted, essential principle product standard we have made, We have only made the provision for the product license, not the registration requirement. All the licenses issued or received through online portal, we have created this medical device MD online portal so that any applicant can submit their application anywhere from the country and they can obtain the license through online. Review of the application is also through the online system, and license finally is issued once the document submitted is found satisfactory. Timeline for each activity we have defined. What are the minimum timeline required for grant of the manufacturing license, import license, or the test license for the test batches? Each activity clearly timeline has been prescribed, and the authorities are try to stick with the timelines for giving the necessary approval or the permission or license for the particular medical devices. The detailed requirement for the clinical investigation that we have made in the medical device rule, so that the manufacturers, if is manufacturing the innovative devices, they can conduct the study. Provision for loan license also we have made, means if the innovator does not have any manufacturing facility, they can opt for they can identify the another facility who is already holding the license for manufacturing of the particular type of the devices, and they can take the loan license on that facility so that they can start manufacturing of the devices. Later on, they can shift their own premises if they wish to do the same practice. For the license, high-risk central authority is issuing the license, and for the test license also central licensing authority is considering the license. Self-life of the devices, it is not applicable for the high-end equipment, but most of the implantable devices and other devices, the self-life, what should be the self-life for sale of the product in the market, that is clearly defined. Registration process we have defined, and we have made the provision for the sale distribution, where the minimum requirement, any distributor or trader, they can take the license and start selling the medical devices, who is licensed under the Medical Device Rule 2017. In case of that ambiguity or the fabrication or some integrity in the data submitted to the authority, we have made the provision for the debarment or the rejection of that application or the applicant. So that provision also we have made. And for also export, to promote the export, is specific requirement for the free sale certificate for the devices which is already approved for marketing in the country. That provision we have made. To have the uniform that practices in the medical device regulations, and also the harmonize what the update on the medical device regulation. The India is become the affiliate member of the IMDRFA, that is the international forum working in the harmonization of the medical device regulation 2000. So that we have become the affiliate member. That is the one step, that once you become the affiliate member, you are closely associated with this forum, and this forum, basically it is the regulator forum. All the global regulatory authority, stringent authority, along with the other authority, they are the part of this forum, and they are working on the harmonization in the field of the medical device regulation. So we have become the affiliate member, and then our next goal is to be the part of this forum in aligning our regulation, as well as to be the part of this forum in decision-making process for regulation of the medical devices. Also, with the other international, that is stringent authority, we are coordinating by way of the MOU or your agreement or MRA through, so as to have the harmonize and also upgrade the technical skill of the regulators or the scientists in the field of the medical device regulations. So many guidance we have published so that the stakeholder can have the more clarity on the requirement of the medical devices regulations, and these are the guidelines and guidance document that we have published. What are the prerequisite? Just in one slide, I try to brief that the manufacturer should have the compliance with the QMS, compliance with the EP list. The facility should be located in the relevant area, which is clearly prescribed what the conditions are there, what are the QMS compliances, other certificate, if it is there already that particular product, so they can submit, that is at the time of submission of the log version. These are the documents, these major document what they need to submit, labeling requirement of the devices, and then once the documents are satisfactory, then post-submission requisite, what they need to do as a part of the post-marketing surveillance, they can ensure their product also. They have to stick with the condition of the license, and they have to take all the approval, whatever they have done after the grant of the approval as a part of the post-approval changes. So finally, this is the last slide where why we need the regulations and what is the scope of the regulation to have the patient safety, market access, and the global completeness. We need to establish the quality of the product by way of the conformance of the applicable standards of the requirement. So this is all about regulation from my end. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on regulatory framework of medical devices in India. Now we open the floor for 5-minute question and answer session.
Hello, sir. It was very informative, and thank you. What are CDSCO's plan for two things? One is the software as a device, because that is becoming very popular. And the other one is where AI as a device, as part of a physical device or on its own. Are there plans of CDSCO in those regards?
As per that definition, if you have seen the definitions, software also covered under the definition of the medical devices. So the software, whether it is a software as medical devices or software in medical devices, if it is manufactured separately, they are covered under the definition of the medical device rules. We understand the software, there is a specific requirement, but in the existing rules, again, we have the limitations of the requirement for the softwares. So already the CDSCO, though we are regulating and we are considering the application, so many software or AI-based devices we have approved. But it is a subjective, because whatever the relevant information applicable for that, we are asking for the manufacturers, and accordingly we are considering the such approval of the products. Now already the CDSCO has come up with the draft guidance on the software as medical devices or the software in medical devices, and maybe in the coming week, very shortly, that guidance document having the specific requirement, what are the standards applicable, what are the requirement that need to be submitted, what the validation requirement, all that we have covered in that guidance document, and that guidance document would be the part of the regulatory requirement. So you will be aware of that, and also we have already that efforts have been made to have the specific and more clarity requirement specific to the software.
Sir, thank you for the wonderful talk. I wanted to know what is the regulatory landscape towards customized medical devices, given that we have a lot of emphasis on 3D printed medical devices, implants as well nowadays. So how do you treat them, or how can we expect them to be treated?
For custom-made devices, but we have clearly defined the definition. What is the custom-made devices? If you see the definition clearly, you prescribe the custom-made devices. For the regulatory requirement of the custom-made, as already I have explained during my presentation, in the 8th schedule we have given the exemption. exemptions for requirement of the manufacturing license or import. Means, if any custom-made devices is to be manufactured or used in the Indian population, there is no any requirement for manufacturing license. Or if it is imported, so no license for the import license, provided the custom-made devices should be specific to the patient and as per the prescription prescribed by the experts, registered medical practitioners. If the custom-made devices is manufactured with the same specification in bulk, so there is no exemptions. They need to go for the license for its use in the Indian populations. So 8th schedule, already that clarification we have given. It is a specific person based on the prescription. No license is required to be obtained by the manufacturers or whosoever is manufacturing, whether it is the healthcare professionals or even the manufacturers. Only thing what they need to do for the custom-made devices, the scope of the QMS is there because there is no scope. So wherever the facility, the product is being made, the facility should be QMS conformist, that so that the safety and performance cannot be compromised on that particular devices.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Rajesh's Program Director Samir to kindly come forward and give memento to Shri Asim Sahu as a symbol of our respect and gratitude.
Thank you, sir.
Now it is my great honor to introduce next guest speaker, who is a distinguished expert and respected leader in the field of material sciences, Dr. S.N. Potti. He is senior scientist at Center for Materials for Electronics Technology, CMET, an institution at the forefront of advanced material research in India. Please join me in welcoming Dr. S.N. Potti. Sir, we are eager to hear you on indigenous development of advanced materials for medical electronics.
So, good afternoon, and thank you very much, sir. I know it's lunchtime, so I will try to finish in 20 minutes. So, the title of this talk is, as he mentioned, it is the indigenous development of advanced materials. So, in CMET, actually, we are materials people. So in the next 20 minutes, I will try to show how we are converting the materials to some device applications. So the first, anyway, I am coming from the Thrissur Center for Materials for Electronics Technology. So the first thing what I am going to touch is the cost-effective plasmonic materials. I will tell after some time why it is called cost-effective. There are plasmonics is known for biosensing applications. So as most of the people knows about SPR, this is actually the detection through the refractive index change. And it is actually a label-free detection and no need of any maybe tags or dice. And SPR is always well known for the real-time analysis and at room temperature. And many people are using this instrument in bio labs for the study of biomolecular interaction. So the engineered peptide and nucleic acid having specific binding to target molecules are widely used in SPR. So the conventional use of plasmonics, the material is noble metals, either gold or silver. But we know that with gold it is not at all economical to make portable or efficient device for several of the societal applications. And it is the chip, if you are maybe making with gold, it is very useful for this study, R&D study, but definitely it is not usable for any use as disposable chip. So what we developed in our center, as I told, we are actually materials people. And we developed some cheap materials and modified its properties so that the same plasmonics which exhibited by the noble metals, we could replace it in metal oxides, some cheap metal oxides. So this is a custom developed by modifying the material properties, and that's why I can tell that we replaced the conventional gold with the cost-effective plasmonic materials. So what is the ultimate result? There come a breakthrough, so that we can have portable devices, or we can introduce portability in the plasmonic devices using a cheap, cost-effective material. So this is proven. I will show now how we proved this, and then how these materials now we are actually translating to efficient devices. So it has been tested with protein-protein reaction, antibody-antigen reaction, and nucleic acid reaction. And now, as I told, has been used as an R&D tool efficiently worldwide. Big companies are there to produce this kind of SPR machines. But the thing is that now it can come out of the laboratory. So what I am trying to tell is that if the advances in biology combined with the emergence in the sensing material technology, definitely for effective intervention in selected domains in the medical device. That is what I am going to explain here. So here the first thing what we tried after developing this material is, and the material property is, with an effective collaboration only one can make devices. In cement we don't have any bio expertise, but we have a material. So the idea what we have found is that collaborate with the experts who actually, we don't have a biosafety lab also in our lab. So the way we developed a sensor, a biosensor, is by collaborating with a biotechnology institute called Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology at Trivandrum. So there what they did is a peptide-peptide interaction. So they developed, in gold people know how to immobilize the biomolecule on it. But RGCB, Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, there is a chemical biology group. They developed strategies to immobilize the biomolecule on the whatever we have given, our film, our coating. That is the main point, that was the main challenge. Then what happened? They identified some bioreceptor molecules through docking efficiency studies and shortlisted 3 specific peptides, antibacterial peptides. This group is actually they have expertise now in actually developing this kind of peptides. This is called cationic antibacterial peptides, and they synthesized through salt-state synthesis method. And the idea was, based on the discussion, let us try the first product to actually sense the foodborne bacteria. So that manner, actually the functionalization, everything done by those people, but they don't have expertise. So we will go there with our validating system, because the bacteria validating everything we have done at their center and not at our center. But we have a portable system to carry with a spectrophotometer and all. And then they immobilized the biomolecules on that, and this is exactly a key and lock mechanism because of the simulation and the synthesis. So what they follow is, and what we followed is actually a lock and key mechanism like this. So this has actually become a portable biosensor jointly with these 2 institutes. And the bacteria we tested were E. coli, Salmonella, and Shigella. And to a certain decent this limit, and it has been validated at 2-3 centers nearby in our institute. So this is actually a real-time analysis at room temperature. So I can show you how the results come now. I will show a small video, 1-minute video. but then all display, everything has been provided with local fabricators and made this simple technique for sense, the biosensing, and even given various displays. And what we developed now, we have a pilot scale production now. CMET is actually, we have to show industries that no, this can be produced in higher batches. So we have a very large coating system to do the plasmonic chip and the portable biosensor as a prototype in the initial case. So this video, if you can.
The two institutes, Center for Materials for Electronics Technology, CMET, Thrissur, Kerala, and Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Thiruvananthapuram, joined together for the design and fabrication of a simple and cost-effective portable plasmonic biosensor with disposable chips for the early detection of foodborne pathogens. The major part of this biosensor is a flow cell for passing the test solution. The disposable plasmonic chip is loaded in the flow cell. The first step is an initialization process with water. By rotating the knob, the machine itself will identify the best testing condition. Now, removing the water added from the flow cell, the test solution is now fed to the flow cell. After loading the solution, press the knob and get the result.
See, as I told, this is the real-time at room temperature. SPR, this is the beauty of the SPR technique, and we introduced a small cost-effective coating for that. That is the one which we have done there. So this is in a nutshell. But definitely after developing this, a startup company came to approach us with his idea. See, his idea was to make a snake venom sensor. So he is telling that any hospital, if there is a snake bite, they will inject antivenom without knowing whether it is venomous or non-venomous. So he has found a market in that. If there is a cheap technology, so he funded he gave some small funding to us. And then he has a facility at Srijitra. He is a startup, and we went there with our evaluation system, and then finally develop a technology for snake venom detection. So that with a blood, one can immediately know that whether it is a venomous or not. He is actually doing research. His PhD was also in snake venom area. So he has that kind of knowledge in that. So that technology we actually developed, and this is the various stages actually carried out at Srijitra with our plasmonic center. And this technology has been, the base material technology has been transferred to him, and he is now developing that kind of sensor with a snake venom sensor. Maybe so many, what we have heard now, so many approvals are there. So here, another 2 years, we expect that this will come out. And first thing was peptide. Second thing was actually the snake venom, what he used is antibody antigen. Then we told, why can't we try with nucleic acid? So again, without any bio expertise, we cannot do anything. We approached Malabar Cancer Center, a premier cancer hospital in Kerala, and initially we have done a proof of concept with nucleic acid also, and tested almost 150 samples, positive and negative, and they are doing it. We are actually assisting them. Now we develop our film. We will actually evaluate with the plasmonic measurement center. We developed at a lab, and we will go there. They will do all other things. So now with this nucleic acid, the proof of concept, the next thing is how we can actually develop. So discussed with the director, Dr. Sadishan of Malabar Cancer Center, and with his idea, now the next step we initiated is the development of a small unit for cervical cancer thing. So why the importance of cervical cancer? What he told is that That is very much essential. No, in the, as you all are, you know, this is the second most cancer in India and the main cause of death. And we can see that the ICMR study also, this has come in newspapers, very clearly that the target reached only 1.2%, the screening. So it underscores the importance of the effective screening for timely treatment. So this is the this was the idea behind that we should have a screening device. At least if we can do 500 screening per day with a portable unit, with a disposable thing like that, nothing like that. No, that was the idea, and this has been actually now in pipeline. Soon, I think we can initiate this project, because we know all other techniques available are either expensive or otherwise lead time is there. So we have several things. No, the QRT PCR. And there are some other kind of things, but everywhere you need either expensive instrumentation, otherwise trained personnel and all. But as a small health worker or small hospital, there is no way this kind of screening is available in our country. So I am not going to the details. Here the idea is to test the DNA of the cervical after brushing sample. So the target is actually, anyway, see why we have confidence there is a hospital the other side. They will do all the bio part. We need to only assist them in validating the results. So this way, we actually give the samples to them. Then they will actually immobilize their biomolecule over that. Then we will go with our system and then validate it. And then we will come back and then jointly we will plan the device how it should be. Then again, after developing the device, again we have to do all trials. No, then maybe so many trials as we have heard now. No, then only it can come to the market. So that whatever I have shown so far is the planar films. That is used as a disposable chip in devices. But the same thing we can actually produce in an optical fiber also. So what is the advantage? Fiber means miniaturization is there, online sensing capability is there, and a remote sensing capability. So here also you can see that the middle portion we will unclad a portion of the fiber, and then there we will coat our cost-effective plasmonic film. So that the same plasmonic with a planar film we can reproduce with the fiber. So this is the fiber optic sensor we developed at our center. But initially what we did is this has been used for gas sensing. So gas sensing, in the sense we initially developed technologies for sensing gas. There should be an affinity layer also on the plasmonic coating, so that effective combination will give the sensing of that particular gas. So actually we developed for ammonia and hydrogen. So this can also be extended to biosensors by properly modifying. So in the material area alone, we got 3 patents in this plasmonic area, and 1 technology transfer, and the device with the biosensor that is also going for patenting. So the request to the industries and startups is that you just come collaborate with us and try whether it is working for any of your ideas, biological ideas. So the second thing what I am going to tell here is another innovative area, indigenous ultrasound probes for medical imaging. My colleague Dr. Karthik is sitting here. Actually, he is leading this work. So here the thing is that these are the different type of the probes available in market. Linear, curvilinear, or phased array. This is used in ultrasound machines. This kind of probes. So you can see that the major players in this area is GE or Philips, and you can see no Indian presence in this developmental area. But there is a huge market potential. We know that, and definitely we need to have indigenous solution for this kind of ultrasound probes. And I will tell you how actually we developed from material to this particular probe. See, you can see that the major things are there are piezoelectric layer, backing layer, and matching layers. These are all indigenously developed at our center and by modifying the material properties. So you can see here that the curvilinear probe with 128 element. And this is actually the example of the in-house development of functional materials and the in-house designed ultrasonic transducer and flex PCBs, and its custom design and tunable frequency, and the technology know-how is also available. And you can see that the same has been compared the properties with the GE probe and our CMET probe, and with the same depth and everything, the same similar manner we actually matched with and achieved the dimensional accuracy in the CMET developed thing. And it is actually, you can see in the stall, in the medical device stall. And it is validated with the machines, and even our group has purchased a machine also to validate such things. This is funded by our ministry. So in addition to that, the group is actually able to develop 10 megahertz probe or 1 lead. And see, you can see that every properties has been achieved with allowable safer limit. You can see what our product got the results compared to the standard results. So this is actually, you can see that several kind of models are available for ophthalmological application or for the brain analysis. So this kind of probes can be used for several of applications. That is what wearable sound patches, real-time monitoring, point of care, because the same thing we can attach electronics for point of care ultrasound imaging also. So several miniaturized solution. And ultrasound transducers, it can be used for any CMET and PMET and wireless. So the idea is developing a small component in our starting from material, we are actually reaching the final product stage. Then only some industries can come and see the capability of the material we developed. So with this, I think I could convey the two developmental areas of our laboratory. So definitely the major funding for the projects are coming from ministry, and then biomedical and devices technology section of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and of course Dr. T. Karthik for ultrasound probe, and NILIT is also associating with our CMET. And then Dr. MCC is also, I told, associating with us, and Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology is associating, and definitely the startup is also associating with us with this idea, and we are developing solution to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insights on the development of indigenous advanced materials for medical electronics. Now, you open the floor for 5 minutes question and answer session. Sir, I want some information from you. I would like to know about the recent breakthroughs in electronics material research you believe will have the biggest impact on future technologies.
Sir, actually, what we believe in CMET is that the advanced materials definitely required for any of the that is why in several of the technologies coming out from our lab is based on the material properties. See, we are not working in all materials. We selected certain areas, piezoelectric area, or the thermal sensor, other materials, ceramic materials.
Generally, I am asking, sir, not CMET specific.
Yeah, anyways, critical materials are necessary required. What I am trying to tell is that affordable, what is affordable materials? That is very much required for the maybe cost-effective solution to the medical devices for societal application. So definitely affordable materials. And that can be, any material scientist can actually functionalize it. So definitely cost-effective materials are required. That is what my suggestion.
Thank you, sir. Now we have come to an end of the session on medical electronics. I want to extend a sincere thank you to our guest speakers for sharing their expertise today. Your insights into the future of medical electronics have been incredibly invaluable. I also thank to the audience present here for their thoughtful attention and questions. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
where technology, innovation, and equity converge to redefine the future of healthcare. CDAC has been playing a pivotal role in health informatics area in India, where we are developing indigenous solutions which are scalable, standard-based. But in this era, where healthcare is increasingly shaping with data, code, and connectivity, the question before us is no longer if we digitize, but how we do it and for whom. So this session on health informatics is both timely and vital as it anchors our attention on the crosswords of technology, interoperability, policy, and equity. We gather here not only to showcase the innovation, but to critically examine how the institutions like CDAC are enabling India to build secure, scalable, and inclusive digital health ecosystem. Today, we are pleased to have with us Shri Madhukar Kumar Bhagat, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Mr. Madhukar Bhagat is currently serving as the Secretary at MOHFW, Government of India. He is an Indian Revenue Service Officer of 1995 batch. He is known for his extensive experience in information security and nationwide digitization efforts. Notably, he was appointed as country's expert on information security by the Central Board of Direct Taxes, where he shaped and played a significant role in spearheading India's PAN operations and launching ePAN. His initiative approaches have also included use of cyber forensic for cartel investigation. At MOHFW, he is actively involved in various e-health initiatives. His responsibilities also include overseeing the International Cooperation Department and various health-related acts and organizations. Beyond his bureaucratic role, Mr. Bhagat is manifested individual with academic degree in law, post-graduation in economics, and background in mechanical engineering. He is also a prolific author, having written over 15 books and numerous articles, and is a sought-after TEDx speaker. Today, we are deeply honored to welcome a leader whose contributions are shaping the national digital health strategies with his thoughtfulness and foresight. Please join me in welcoming Shri Madhukar Kumar Bhagatji, Joint Secretary, MOHFW, to deliver a keynote address on interoperability, AI, and equity, the next decade of digital health.
So thanks a lot for having me over here. And if we have backbenchers, we have a lot of space. We can come in front over here. At the outset, my apology. I got held up. I was on time. Google just took me next to a wall and said, "You have arrived." And therefore, I had to look where I have arrived. And then I had to frantically, ask for more precise location to eventually arrive at this location. So much so for technology. Sometimes human intelligence has to override the artificial intelligence and to arrive at the right solution. So let me begin with talking about that what should be the role of tech as far as healthcare is concerned. Our role as far as healthcare is concerned is universal health coverage. That's the bottom line, serving the patients. For us in the ministry, we have thought of 4 paradigms or 4 pillars to evaluate whether and how the healthcare is helping us in taking technology further in this goal of universal healthcare. Whenever we want to adopt a technology, we have to see what is happening to these 4 pillars, what is happening to these 4 dimensions, or what is happening to these 4 utilities. And the first pillar, the first utility, I can say, is the utility of the availability of healthcare. What I am doing, is it making healthcare more available? The second is accessibility of healthcare. What I am doing, how it is making healthcare more accessible. The third is affordability of healthcare. And therein comes, with these 3, the principles of equity in healthcare. If healthcare is not available, if healthcare is not accessible, if healthcare is not affordable, then can it be said to be equitatious? And the last, but not the least, is of course the principle of quality of healthcare. What I am doing, is it helping in improving the quality of healthcare? So let me take you through these 4 paradigms. Let me take you through the principles of equity and also what is taking place as far as interoperability, AI is concerned in public healthcare. So now, universal healthcare, as I said, is our principle, is our goal, and we need to provide healthcare services to all. Digital tools or technology is a means. It is not a substitute. Whether it is AI, whether it is other means of digital technology, it is a complement as well as a supplement to the mainstream medical facilities and medical services provision, especially in a country like India. In a country like India, we also have to keep in mind the fact that we have a doctor to patient ratio of 10 to 12 doctor per 10,000 population. And when we see the doctor to population ratio in the Western countries, in Europe, then that is typically of 30 to 40. Now the challenge is, how are we going to reach over there, or are we going to reach over there? And is it really desirable for us to reach that particular ratio? And can technology play a role in bridging the gap? And when we look at technology, we must have at the back of our mind these particular ideas. As I mentioned, availability, accessibility, affordability, and quality must be the bottom line, the 4 pillars. Now, how have we been going about it? First of all, we have established the National Digital Eco-Health System. It's a citizen-centric health service delivery, ensuring continuum of care. And in this, we have endeavored to create longitudinal health record. We have the HMIS system, but we also understand that in India, the challenge is that the HMIS are multifarious. We have the state governments, we have the central government establishments, and we have the private sectors. And so how do we weave all the 3? How does the information flow? And therefore, several years back, we came up the concept of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. And this digital mission aims at creating a longitudinal health record through a pan-national telemedicine network. We have the concept of ABDM1, where we have used the concept of digital health identity in form of the Ayushman Bharat health account. So now we have got our social equity number or the social number, which is the Aadhaar, and then based on that, we generate an Abha or Ayushman Bharat health account. And the objective is that every health record must be tagged with Abha. If it is tagged with Abha, we can, through our ABDM systems, through ABDM1 compliance, if you want a system to be ABDM1 compliant, it must be linked with the Abha app. It should be having Abha app, and it should be able to generate Abha. The second is ABDM2 compliance, where we are able to link the various records in a health system based on an Abha. And the third is ABDM3 compliance, where we are looking at how we can transfer the records from one system to another systems. And as my experience with NRCS Pune CDAC goes to show that we are looking forward to ABDM 4, ABDM 5, and how do we take forward this pan-national telemedicine network. But that is, HMIS is not the only point of focus as far as our telemedicine systems are concerned. We have to use other IT tools. We have to build capacity. We have to bring about training in the hospital systems. We also have to look at standardization. Now, standardization of technology, the interoperability requires the semantic interoperability, which is in form of SNOMED City, so that the various systems can understand the technical language, as well as syntactic interoperability, which is in form of what sort of IT platform should be used so that the various systems can speak to each other as well as understand each other. And in this platform, CDAC has played an extremely and immensely important role, whether it is CDAC Pune, whether it is CDAC Mohali, CDAC Noida, and other elements in guiding and developing the right systems and adopting those systems. The next important area is called security, privacy. But privacy without security cannot be there. And therefore, these are the areas which are, again, very important areas when we talk about equity. But why is security and privacy important in terms of equity? When I talk about healthcare and I talk about health records, then is there personal data involved in this? Yes, there is definitely personal data involved in it. But if I compare that particular data with, say, financial data, then is it only a question of some information which is to be secured? When I talk about the health of a person, there is also an element of dignity of the person. If I'm suffering from a disease, I may not want it to be known to even my close friends. Why should I tell them? How does it matter? I will get over it. I may not like it to be known to my employer. And why should I tell the insurance? I hope I'll get it better. And therefore, when I'm talking about health records, I'm also talking about the dignity of the person. That dignity also involves his right of personal freedom, his right to livelihood. And a lot of rights are getting interlinked with that, because of which the anonymity of health records as well as the security of health records are extremely important. Another important point to remember when we are talking about health records is that if my bank account is disclosed and it is 10 years old, I am not very as concerned about it. But if my health record is disclosed and I am talking about a disease which is 5 years, 7 years old, I am still very much concerned about it. Now let me take very briefly through ABDM. Ayushman Bharat Health Account, almost 80 crores ABA have been created. 6.5 lakh health professionals have been registered. These are the 3 gateways. We have 4.12 health facilities registered, and a lot of integrations have happened in the Let me briefly take you through AI in public health. What is government doing as far as AI is concerned? So, AI initiative in Department of Health and Family Welfare is being conducted through public-private partnership. It's being conducted with the help of other ministries, as well as through other technical institutions like IITs, etc. We have designated 3 centers of excellence, which is AIIMS Delhi, PGI Chandigarh, and AIIMS Rishikesh. We also have MOUs with Vadvani AI, we have MOUs with IIT Delhi, with MIT, and with the help of various entities, we are carrying out the various researches. There are certain deployed solutions. And which are these solutions? First of all, we have For example, on the eSanjeevani platform, which has been developed by CDAC Mohali, we have AI-powered clinical decision support system. Now, this support system is helping us for differential diagnosis based on what is the symptoms which is being given by the patients. I would just like to highlight that eSanjeevani platform, which has been developed, is being utilized currently by almost 4 to 5 lakh patients daily, and in the last 5 years, nearly 38 to 39 crore consultations have been done. Another important tool is media surveillance. Now, what does media surveillance of diseases do? It is a part of the integrated health information platform which has been developed by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare along with the World Health Organization. So there is a report of eruption of diseases in the various locations, different parts of the country, different parts of the world. This tool is able to identify as to which disease is erupting, and therefore it is helping populate IHIP, monitor on a real-time basis, prepare heat maps, and therefore help take a policy call as well as an action call. Another tool is diabetic retinopathy. What is this tool? India is a disease capital as far as diabetes is concerned, and the diabetic retinopathy with the help of AI is helping us better diagnose and identify those patients who are developing diabetic retinopathy, and this is going to help in triaging purposes as well as diagnosis purposes. Nikshay, again, has got 3 elements as far as AI is concerned: line probe assay, cuff against TB, prediction of adverse TB outcomes, and this is being a part of our tuberculosis mission, anti-tuberculosis mission, which the government of India has launched. So there are other solutions, a number of them, which is, for example, detection of cataracts for 15 various conditions, 15 various diseases. Many of these researches, ICMR has played an important role. Radiology, oral cancer, oral hepatitis, and alcoholic hepatitis, vulnerability and mapping of TB. These are some of the projects which are already underway by means of AI systems. A bit about in detail, as I mentioned, CDSS or Clinical Diagnosis Support System is on eSanjeevani platform, media surveillance disease. This is a very important tool, as I have mentioned. Cuff against TB, diabetic retinopathy has been launched on a trial basis in 5 states, and all of these will eventually be integrated in the National Health Mission. What is the legal and ethical framework for AI as far as country is concerned? I must say that this is one area which is still under development. And we as technology partners, we as ministry, or we as CDAC or others, we also have to look as to what is further regulation which is needed in this particular field, especially in the field of healthcare. We have Niti Aayog, which had played an enabling role, and we have the ICMR guidelines, especially for responsible AI and ethical guidelines, which is extremely important. As I said, DPDP rules, this is extremely important as far as the regulation of the use of personal data is concerned. It's still upcoming. Several rounds of discussions have taken place, and the rules have still not been notified. And we have other acts, rules, guidelines, such as the IT Act, the Cybersecurity AI Governance Guidelines, and guidelines which may be issued from time to time by MIT. But then as far as research in field of AI is concerned, the issues arise is that what should be a minimum database set? What should be the quality of data sets? Should we allow that anybody who is doing research on any quality of data and he claims that I have done research on 5 lakh sets of data and that is fine? What should be the regulations as far as testing of the application or the software is concerned during the development phase? Are we doing some sanity check? Is there data poisoning? Is there post-model data poisoning? Should there be an audit? Should there be maybe in a 3 years or a 5 years check whether there has been any damage which has been done through malwares to my models? Who should look at these things? All these are certain areas which are developing. And ask any AI expert in the world that as far as AI is concerned, it still remains one of the most unregulated sectors. Perhaps an ordinary business will be more regulated rather than an AI. And therefore, here we have to really give a thought, especially in the field of health, do we need regulations? That is a foregone conclusion. Who's to regulate? And what should be the regulation? Because unless we have that, can we really talk of equity? Range of AI solutions, that gives an idea as to how equity is linked to AI, how equity is linked to digital solutions. If I look at cancer chest X-rays, these are applicable across the 3 centers, the primary centers, secondary centers, and tertiary centers. And therefore, equity is inbuilt. If we look at leprosy, breast cancer, these are so rampant in rural areas, in tribal areas, as well as urban areas. If we look at CDSS, AI chatbots, whether we are talking, they're interacting with the ASHAs, ANMs, doctors, as well as specialists. We look at diabetic retinopathy, and the patient coverage range we can see is child, adolescent, elderly care. And therefore, as far as AI is concerned, it has the potential. And that potential pertains to, in terms of equity, covering intergenerational equity, geographical equity, social equity, gender equity, and all forms of equity. AI significance as far as healthcare is concerned and health sector is concerned, we have the rising disease burden. As I mentioned, can we reach the target of 30 doctors per 10,000 population? And if not, what? I often think that supposing we were to integrate our health systems, we were to integrate telemedicines with mobile vans. Imagine that mobile van which is integrated with our telemedicine e-Sanjeevani system is moving in a remote area. The doctor is not available over there, but a health worker is available. And with the point of contact devices which can take a chest X-ray, a chest X-ray is taken, and that chest X-ray is then, image is being sent through the e-Sanjeevani system to the doctor. And that particular doctor thinks that, yes, there are certain patches which is seen, why not recommend immediately AI-based diagnosis? And therefore, it connects it to our AI systems, and the AI systems is able to do a triaging and is able to give a result that, yes, there it is possible for tuberculosis or maybe possible for cancer. And therefore, that particular doctor which is sitting in a remote area is able to connect with a patient which is even in another remote area through a telemedicine system. That telemedicine system is able to connect to an AI system. The diagnosis or the triaging is done, and then the e-Sanjeevani system is able to connect to an HMIS system and immediately book an appointment for the patient. And the records of the patients which are ABHA connected are then collated across the systems and sent to another specialist, which is also available on e-Sanjeevani Expert Clinic. So this is the integration that I visualize. And this is real equity which can be assured through the power of technology and AI. So that's it. Thanks a lot. If you have any questions, it's fine. Otherwise, I'll presume everything is very clear to all the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful address. Your words have truly set the tone for today's discussions ahead, reminding us that digital health is not merely a technological pursuit, but a commitment to reusability, integrated workflows, and inclusivity with a secured access. So now I request Shri V.K. Sharma ji, Center Head, CDAC Mohali, to kindly present a memento to Sir as our token of gratitude.
ये फोल्डर में सीजन 3 की सेकंड पीपीटी।
Now we move forward to hear from one of the leading voices in health informatics from CDAC. His work bridges deep technical expertise with a strong vision for a scalable, standard-based digital health ecosystem. It is my pleasure to invite Shri Gausundar, he's also my mentor, to share CDAC's ongoing contributions to India's digital health ecosystem.
Good afternoon, everyone. Manisha. Thank you very much, and it is my honor and pleasure to present everybody's work across CDAC centers as to what CDAC has been doing in last close to 3 decades. So the clapping that you did while I was walking up is essentially for the entire CDAC, and I have played a very small role into it. I joined CDAC way back in 2001, and I came to know that health informatics has been going on in CDAC since 1996, when the then HPC team members and one of my boss at that time had created the 3D radiotactic surgery planning system. And from there, that idea came that CDAC can do a lot of things using the expertise, the latent expertise within the centers into the area of health informatics. Parallelly, in 1999, now it is called e-Sushrut, at that time Sushrut HMIS, and at the same time in Mohali, the Sushrut, the Sanjeevani telemedicine system, and in CDAC Pune, the Mercury telemedicine system started, and that kind of started the journey that we have made. So it's going to be a little marathon here because there are a lot of things to tell you about, and I'm going to just run you through most of the technologies that we have, and these details are already available on the websites and other places, and you can go. But we thought that we will give you a glimpse of it. There are a lot here, and there are a lot is still not here, because at one point the team which was collating the PPT had to do a hard stop and say, we can't make it into a 3-hour presentation. So here it goes, and this is what we are staring at. So we are not talking about any past data or anything. We are simply talking about what it is going to be this year and the next year. If you look at it, the predicted medtech size in global scale is about $347 billion, projected to be in this year, 2025. And they estimate that it's going to grow to $768 billion by 2030. If you look at it in India, we are not that far behind, but we have a lot to catch up. This year, it's going to be about 25 billion, and we think that by 2025 and later, we will also start touching $197 billion in medtech technology revenue and the market size, etc. But what are the growth drivers? On one side, at the global scale, and Madhukar sir has rightly shown that AI is going to be one of the big driver, and AI, ML in diagnostic and decision support is what is driving the global medtech technology. Interoperability is going to be one of them, remote monitoring, and essentially the regulatory framework. So basically, Madhukar sir, when he pointed out the 4 pillars, he was actually talking about the drivers which are going to be there in the medical technology field. On an India side, what we have is Ayushman Bharat. We are seeing a rise in our e-systems in terms of e-telemedicine. We are seeing e-pharmacies and things like that. The DPDP Act is supposed to bring in a new wave of change into how we look at health and health data. And ultimately, what we see is rise of technology in Tier 2, Tier 3 city. And that will be result of lot of last mile reaching and the grassroots reaching exercise that the government and the technology bodies of the government and private sector is doing. Like I told you that it's almost 30 years ago that we started our health informatics journey. We have been, across these 30 years, been part and parcel of various programs at different times and in different shapes and at different sizes. We are part of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, the CGHS system, the blood policy. We are very much part of the Make in India, and as such, the entire ecosystem of the startup and the PMJ program. And incidentally, if you look at it, 7 SDG goals within the health systems are covered by CDAC's different activities. And this is essentially a cover-all slide for the kind of work that we have been doing. And if you look at it, a lot of work has gone from CDAC on the information building side, because we started off as essentially operations and data management, which you'll call as HMIAS and EMR, EHR kind of a thing. And in that, there is still a lot of scope to do, a lot of future needs to be seen in that, but that continues to remain one of the major, because India is still in pockets, is still white field, and some places brown field, and in majority of places just plain green field. We have a lot of scope to cover digitization, and digitization being one of the largest push has to be there. So information system is one of the big work of CDAC. Standardization from 2007 onwards, we have been building, supporting, educating, pushing, and bringing standards into the health systems. In fact, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission sandbox is largely supported by experts from CDAC who help new adopters come onto the system. And we have built a series of stuff which help ease that pain of adopting standard into the system. And Madhukar sir has already pointed out why standardization is going to be important. Cancer remains one of our pain points. The increasing number of cancer incidents, the Cancer Atlas was an eye-opener to us sometimes in 2010. And we knew that we had to do something. So we were part of the Cancer Grid. We are still part of the National Cancer Grid program. And we did a lot of things in terms of how do you triage quickly, how do you increase throughput in diagnosis, and how do you arrive and utilize latest technology to essentially cut short a lot of diagnostic pain path to bring the patient very, very quickly to treatment, because in cancer, the speed of treatment and likelihood of you getting cured largely depends on how fast it was diagnosed and how fast the treatment was started. The longer it is, the longer and more difficult it becomes. Bioinformatics, for almost 25 years, it has been one of the big area that we have been supporting. And this is one work which is related with not only health, but is also from our high performance computing initiative. So a lot of HPC tools are utilized in bioinformatics area. Telemedicine, like I told you, we started way back in 1919 at 2 locations, and we have worked at several locations in order to ensure that telemedicine rises in place. Where we are not there, we are helping other private and other public actors in order to expand telemedicine as much as they can. Because reach the unreached, I remember this slogan being talked about a lot in 2005 to 2010 period, where we used to talk about reach the unreached, do something wherever we have not reached today, we got to reach there. And telemedicine turned out to be one of the way that we could have achieved it, and we have achieved a lot in there. AI, again, a driver for growth coming forward. Medical electronics, it was pretty much a neglected field if you look at it, and just because in the forenoon, the Deputy Director General from CDSCO was talking about what CDSCO is doing about in terms of the medical electronics and the medical device area, and a lot needs to be done there. Thankfully, with advent of AI and a lot of other algorithmic spectrum analysis and things like that, a lot can be achieved in electronic side at a very low cost and in a lot of portable ways. And of course, our heritage medical system, the Ayush system, we can leverage it and we have been leveraging it. And we have done a number of things in order to converge and bring it to a stage where it starts working with our modern medicine system. A lot of ground proving, a lot of digitization is going on in that regard. Now, I will just take you through some of the products, and many of it Sir talked about, and many of it you already know. So I'm going to just touch upon it briefly. So in information system, one of our flagship system is the e-Sushrut HMIS, and I always have this argument with Praveen sir saying, don't call it HMIS, call it hospital ERP. There is nothing here which is not just only about health information. It's got a complete hospital management system. If you are managing laundry and diet kitchen, health information is really a small word to talk about. It's a hospital ERP system. And look at what they have achieved. 5,000 locations, 4,000 plus hospitals. It is already operational. You're talking about digitization rate of 60% of OPD and 90% of lab reports being in the system. I know this system because when I joined, it was also kind of coming out for the first time and getting deployed in SGPGI. And since then, the amount of ground that this team and this solution has covered is really, really tremendous. It's one of our pride and joy, and we have continued to make it work for modern technology, modern needs, and take it forward all the time. And obviously, if you're talking about large systems, the first thing that you start talking about what happens to small clinics. And for a long, long time, these small clinics were pretty neglected. They do not have a really digital system to look at. And if digitization is to happen, it has to happen at both ends. You cannot just look at secondary tertiary hospital and say that most of our clinics will remain as it is, or it will remain an Excel sheet or a Word doc kind of a shop. So we ultimately have to have a clinic management system. And the learning from the Sushrut was utilized to create the e-Sushrut clinic, which basically does the clinic management. So everything from scheduling to record capturing and things like that. It's mobile friendly. And you can see a lot of modules are covered there. More than 881 Ayushman Arogya Mandir centers are already part of it. This is basically an e-governance solution because we are from time to time talked about and brought about to solve problems of various departments of the government and the challenges that they're facing. This is actually e-Aushadhi is essentially a supply chain management and drug procurement system utilized in various states. And you can see here almost all the states and UTs are now covered under it. And this system is now utilized for everything from tracking to monitoring to managing to procuring. And it has all the standard compliance like barcode tracking and things like that. And it's one of the digitization tools that we are using in order to automate a very big pain point of supply departments of the health systems within these states. A similar device management system, which is basically e-Upkaran, which was created for a small corporation called Bihar Medical Service and Infrastructure Management Corporation. But it's a solution which basically manages, controls, tracks devices as it is spread across the state, also tracks when they are required for servicing, when they are required for calibration and these kind of things. And that is how this system is helping do a lot of quality management and quality control. E-Raktkosh, a need of the time. At one point, I remember people calling up their friends, calling up hospitals, and not knowing where the right blood is and the right amount is there. And there were a lot of horror stories where people used to be told that you find 5 people while your relative is already in the OT. And this system has basically revolutionized and removed that pain point. Implemented at almost all the public and many private blood banks. Now it is almost at click of button you can figure out. In fact, they have gone ahead and integrated it with Abha, and tomorrow it can become one of the registry systems of ABDM, where you can simply know from the facility which blood is where and you know how to source it and bring it to the right destination. HEAL in India, one of the portals for medical value tourism, is also developed under the guidance of the MHFW. This essentially presents India to the outside world, because we know a lot of people come from outside, especially from Western countries, from the Middle East, to get treated here, because India is known for its quality treatment at low cost. And this is one place, one solution where they can come, they can look at facility, which facilities are available, what, where. They can also do a lot of things here. It has multilingual interface and dashboards, grievance redressal, all built into one. In terms of telemedicine, we know the success story of eSanjeevani. I saw its birth at CDTI Mohali at one point now, which is CDAC Mohali. And 38 crore individual patients have been served. And that's a huge achievement. If you look at it, it's a brainchild of Ministry of Health, implemented by CDAC, and almost at all state it is running. And you can imagine the capacity that it has brought. And at COVID time, it was one of the biggest lifesaver for people, because where people were panicking and they didn't know where to go, even doctors were not available at clinics, they could simply go to eSanjeevani portal and connect to a doctor and be informed that it looks like a normal fever or whether it is a COVID and what they need to do. Mercury started at the same time, but it has taken separate path. While that has gone into public domain, Mercury goes into hospital and enterprise level. It's a cloud-enabled, 5G-enabled system, looks at inbuilt video conferencing all the way to VR content delivery, eICU monitoring and management and things like that. It is running at all districts and secondary and tertiary level hospitals in Odisha, and all remote locations and the central locations of NTPC. And the entire patient-doctor interaction and doctor-doctor interaction takes place over the Mercury telehealth and eSuite system. Sir was talking about taking telemedicine, putting it in mobile vans. We try to do it at several times in several locations, especially our CDAC Trivandrum Center has been prolific in it. Many of these units were designed by them. At one point, they had VSAT units, and later on they went to CDCMA, and then later on also to 5G and things like that. These were created on need base. They were not something created on kind of a product, but more of trusts, and many NGOs operating in those areas approached CDAC saying that, can you build something like that for screening, for treatment? And these vans were created at different times and for different purpose. So oncology, ophthalmology, general health, screening, doing shivir kind of a thing, and tribal care, etc., was covered through these vans in large number. In fact, one of the thing that we did is not only human, but also for animals. So a mobile veterinary telemedicine van was also created, and it had a quickly deployable automated animal traction system with the van, where you could immediately make the animal stand up and be treated. This is basically implementation of eSanjeevani into the tri-services, because we know that it's a large population covered under a specific program by the defense services, and Sehat solution is essentially what to public is available as eSanjeevani, is with customizations running in the defense services, and it's called Sehat program. And the entire, this has access to not only veterans, but their family members, etc., have access to it. And this is a kind of a closed system for the tri-services, but it is working in the same manner, and it's basically has a lot of benefit in that area. While we were doing a lot of telemedicine, of course, teleradiology has remained one of the big challenge. And this is one solution that we developed. Actually, this won award in the Department of Telecoms 5G Hackathon as one of the innovative solutions in the top 100. In fact, it was only 3 out of the 3 medical solutions in the top 100 awarded in the hackathon. And the idea is to basically allow 2 doctors or a doctor and a radiologist to work on the radiological images in real time. It has a lot of tooling about imaging and whiteboarding built into it, and 2 people can just work on it at the same time to see exactly what the other party is doing. In fact, it can be used for training of radiologists and supporting radiologists in tier 2, tier 3 city, and it's even integrated with Mercury solution. In terms of standardization, Sir talked about the NRCES. It's one of the Center of Excellence created by Ministry of Health with a vision that if we have to have standardization in the country, an agency or a body is required to basically not only do capacity and capability building, but tooling, implementation support, liaison, and so many other things. And we are proud that in 10 years of existence, we have basically covered 25,000 people sensitization through more than 400 contact programs. More than 1,000 organizations have been directly supported by us in order to get standardized and things like that. Like I earlier told you, we are also part and parcel of the ABDM sandbox, where we help early adopters to get standard compliant as soon as possible and then get going with the ABDM ecosystem of standardized data exchange. One of the important things that we did at the start and we continue to do in ABDM is definition of record. And Sir talked about two kinds of interoperability, the semantic interoperability and the syntactic interoperability. These records were defined nationwide as a single standard. So if you're talking about consult note, discharge summary, etc., when it comes to digital exchange, the definition has already been made and it is integrated with the semantic indexes, and you can just go on and do. One of the other big work was the health claim exchange. More than 40 insurers and health providers are now on this exchange, where the entire health claim to payment is happening online through Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission platform using NHTX standards. Along the way, we developed a lot of extensions. So Ayush extension was developed. At the time of COVID, we immediately added COVID codes. The drug extension is one of the big things out there because we are creating unique codes for every generic and every drug being sold in India. And a large number of drugs, actually 83,000 brands and close to 9,600 generics have been individually codified, and it is helping in e-prescription sharing across the country. These are some of the SDKs we developed which help any person to integrate these complex standards without having to know these standards in deep. In fact, these are object-oriented classes, and anybody who knows programming can start integrating in their solutions. The FHIR toolkit is basically an EDA system which allows a non-standard compliant system to start talking to a Ayushman Bharat ecosystem with this toolkit in between. In terms of artificial intelligence, we're doing a lot of things. And this is one, the Nirikshak system, which basically is a non-contact vital screening system, which uses just an RGB camera and an IR camera to give a lot of vital information from a photograph of a person. And these can really revolutionize the throughput issues that we have at the time of triaging. Another one, which is basically an AI system to detect the diseases and the zones affected by diseases in an X-ray. The Disha system is essentially for people suffering with autism to train them for visual attention, expression, and emotion cues, etc. It's used for training as well as treatment. Similarly, a neuropsychological, physiological framework for cognitive behavior analysis, and it is being used by the law enforcement agencies and several other cognitive behavior analysis platforms in order to detect what kind of basically brain waves these people are emitting and whether it points to anything of importance. Similarly, for people who are not able to verbalize or speak, EEG decoding to translate basic needs simply by thought, and an EEG framework with AI is being used for that. Drishti is basically diabetic retinopathy triaging and throughput system, which basically allows, with a fundus camera, as soon as you take a photograph, you do it, what is the level of whether it is glaucoma or retinopathy, etc. It can detect, and it can help doctors in triaging it very, very quickly. This is one of the flagship projects where indigenous MRI machine, the entire treatment planning system and the rendering and segmentation software has been developed by CDAC for the MRI machine, which has been developed by Samir and other partners. In oncology informatics, the Akansha radiation treatment planning system is truly indigenous, fully homegrown 2D, 3D, image-based treatment planning system for not only brachytherapy, but as well as beam radiation. And the plan is to take it all the way to proton therapy. This is essentially another one in which privacy-preserving research can be done with simply making sure that data is available in a secure manner, and the researcher can basically just write algorithm and get access to these data logged at different hospitals. The oncology AI platform is another one where we are using AI to basically figure out the various aspects of histopathology prediction and things like that for oncology. The oncology data model was developed similar to what we are doing in ABDM for capture of cancer data. These are the tribal area e-health solutions that we developed at various times. Won award also, the NCD award in 2024. We are active in medical electronics also, and there is a robotic navigation and simulation system for arthroplasty, knee arthroplasty, that has been developed. This is the Smriti system, which basically enhances coordination and concentration exercising. A virtual treatment planning system for dentistry. This has been done in collaboration with the Indian Dental Association and AIIMS New Delhi and other colleges. This is, you can just, an assay system which has been deployed at 2 places in Northeast, where it can detect the bacteria in diarrhea samples. Similarly, an breast cancer screening system using just an IR, so it's a touchless system, and no X-ray. In bioinformatics, the integrated computing environment is being deployed at several research facilities for providing one single place where not only computation, but also a lot of analysis can be done within the premises. We have 2 supercomputers dedicated to drug discovery and protein folding and molecular docking. The bioembryo and bioinformatics system are 100 teraflop and 150 teraflop system deployed at Pune, which a lot of companies and our own systems use it. In fact, it was used during Corona time to do validation of ashwagandha, giloy, and one more phytochemical as kind of a barrier for docking of corona to the alveoli walls. Of course, IUSoft, it's a software that we provide for home care as well as doctors. Many doctors use it because you can directly link to actual text in Ayurveda to what you are trying to find. Module developed for home care is I Care at Home. And this is the extension that we developed with the central councils for Ayurveda, Unani, and Siddha, where basically we have taken close to 30,000 codes in Ayurveda and integrated it with SNOMED CT so that it is available for use in any digital system. We have pretty long plan to remain in this field and do a lot of in this field. And it goes from deployment to AI system to medical electronics and other areas. And we have a lot of ideas where we want to take it forward. An idea is to not only do technology augmentation, but also import replacement and a lot of de novo and indigenous technologies that need to be developed for our own sustainability and our own indigenization of the solution so that reliance on foreign technology is reduced and we are able to also emerge as one of the suppliers of these technology, not only users. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the compelling overview of innovations that we are already doing for transforming the healthcare delivery in the country. It was exhaustive. So now, moving forward, we are transitioning to a final and most dynamic part of today's session, a panel discussion that caters to building a resilient digital health ecosystem. This segment brings together seasoned experts who are actively shaping the contours of digital public health in our country, clinicians, policymakers, and technologists whose collective experience spans over decades. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists, Shri Madhukar Kumar Bhagat, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Deepak Agrawal, Professor of Neurosurgery and Gamma Knife at AIIMS, New Delhi, Dr. Harpreet Singh, Scientist F and Program Officer, Digital Health, AI and Bioinformatics at ICMR, Dr. Pankaj Gupta, Digital Health Expert and Member WHO ITU TWG on DPI Health. This panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Praveen Srivastav, Scientist G, CDAC Noida. Mr. Praveen Srivastav has over 2 decades of experience and he is spearheading the implementation of country's one of the largest HMIs. So I request Praveen sir to kindly take the discussions forward.
Thank you, Manisha. So all the dignitaries are at the panel. Welcome to all the dignitaries in the panel. So we, as we have heard Dr. Madhukar Bhagat sir's vision towards the digital health, now we are moving towards the key building blocks of resilient digital health ecosystem. So there are many parameters when we are going to build a digital health ecosystem. One of the things is interoperability. What will be the various, we have discussed many things about interoperability between various systems. Data security and privacy is another big challenge when we are going to build a resilient digital system. Cloud and scalable infrastructure is another big thing which we are in. If you see the coming in AI factor, the infrastructure is bringing, it's a requirement of infrastructure is lot. So all those health ecosystems should have an inclusive design. All these parameters, there are experts here which we are going to discuss on these parameters, how these ecosystems, we can build a good ecosystem which can serve to the patients and to the need of the patient. I will first request Bhagat sir to set the context of the panel discussion about this, about the topic of the building a resilient digital health ecosystem, and if possible, what will be the CDAC's role?
So you have highlighted 2 points. One is a resilient system, and CDAC's role. So let me take the easier one. That is the CDAC's role. CDAC's role, we saw Dr. Gaur Sundar was highlighting, it has been immense, absolutely immense, and it is going to be even further more immense, and this is just the starting. We are getting warming up, right? If we have a look at the role of CDAC, we can see that CDAC is involved in almost in everything, right from the brick and mortar. It's involved from the standards. One of the areas which was not much attended was cybersecurity and information security. And every day I'm interacting with the team, and we are pushing them, they are pushing me for developing the tools, how we are going to take it forward. Standards, beyond standards, applications. And one of the area which, I would like CDAC to further dwell upon is upon the data services. And it appears so obvious that it is ignored. All digital technology will be requiring data, and data will require the data centers as well as your hyperscale cloud services. And In the government environment, where there is a requirement of continuity of these services, presently what is the challenge? The challenge is that every 5 years we need to have an RFP, we need to shift the cloud. The cloud shifts, the technology has taken a new turn, however, the data remains and the services is still required to be continued. And then how do I mention the data loss preventions? How do I undertake the data security? So even that particular element, that when I'm transferring my data from one data center to another data center, that my data security and losses are prevented. Government is going to provide a definite demand. That is for sure, right? It's not like a private corporation that the private corporation's future we don't know. Government is bound to be there. And therefore, the demand for data, the demand for various services, and the demand for the data centers and new technology and the cloud is going to be there. So do we have our own data centers, or we keep on being dependent on the private cloud service providers? And there comes a time that they have the custody of the data, and they have de facto control of our operations. So what role CDAC is playing in that? As from the government side, from the user side, I would like to know, and being in this domain of technology for some time, I would like to instigate you, to push you, to think what is going to be your role. So I see your role from end to end.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just to inform you that CDAC is coming up with a few data centers. Even in Noida, we have a uptime certified data center we are building. Hopefully, in coming future, we will be definitely going to serve government better than what we are doing today.
So the idea is, not just CDAC. When I mean CDAC, it's also, a reflection on the government.
Yeah.
And of course, we completely understand that CDAC cannot fulfill all the government requirements, because government has completely migrated on the digital platform, and even your e-office and everything is on the digital platform. So that is just one trigger to show that CDAC has a role, right from the basic services to top applications, to integrating with Samir and other organizations and with AIMS, and fulfilling the requirement of the government.
Thank you, sir. And my next question is to Dr. Deepak Agrawal. We are at some of the most prominent research area. We know you, sir. You are always pushing for so many applied research. We have been conversing with the last more than 10 years. So my question is that what are some of the most promising areas at the intersection of the computing technology and public health? Your opinion on that?
See, when we talk about public health and computational technology, I think specifically with CDAC, if you look at it, we have a gold mine of data. And I was discussing, so if we even leave out the patient data per se, because that is obviously subject to privacy and all kinds of security, we still have a huge amount of surrogate data from which we can utilize for creating any type of analytic tools. For example, just based on the prescription habits, what is the medicine being prescribed, whether it is generic or branded, and what is the category of the medicine. For example, if I say it's antipyretic like paracetamol, I can create a heat map of where this medicine is prescribed more. That itself is disease surveillance. So, if we move on to, you have a huge repository of all drugs, as we saw from Gaur Sundar's talk, that so many drug dispensaries and pharmacies and stores are already there online. Add to it, I would say, you take data from the weather data, from the satellite data, and then you have a powerful combination that if this humidity is high, we are expecting a viral load, and we are getting a very high prescription rate of paracetamol. We already have a kind of a disease surveillance system which becomes unmatched. So I think we need to look a little further from what we are doing, use data which is completely, in the public space, in the sense that you can easily utilize it for your day-to-day analytics. Also, every year we get,
and that is from DGHS, from that only prescribe generic, only prescribe generic. This is a yearly, I would say, tradition in India, and yet nobody prescribes generic. So again, we can see why it is not being done, what are the factors, which hospitals are doing it, which departments are doing it, and what are the, the various issues around it. And we have, from the Ministry of Pharma, we have their own system of very cheap drugs, yet it has never been integrated with any system. For example, if I see my patients every day, and I tell them, okay, you go and get it from this Amrit pharmacy, or you get it from this pharmacy, it is still not connected. Is the drug available? Because 90% of the time the drug may not be available. And they keep running around, finally they get it from wherever outside chemist. So unless there's a real time, and these are all low hanging fruits, I would say, if there's and this is affecting public, right? So if you have real time availability of drug in that pharmacy which is closest to you, which is giving you a subsidized rate, then it is real change. So I think this is one part of, the second thing which I feel from the CDAC perspective is edge computing. For example, and I think I proposed this earlier also, every hospital has thousands of devices, monitors, ventilators, every single kind of equipment which is there of different models and makes. And if CDAC can create a portal or a repository, because they're already interfacing all these things at different places, at different areas, they make a national portal, because every time you interface a device, it requires a knowledge of that vendor's, whatever the mapping is there of the different parameters. Then if you make a device which has edge computing in it, or small, which can connect to any equipment, let's say, through the serial port or USB port or LAN port, then you can get data out at a flick of a button through an IoT. I think these are the things, again, which can be very useful instead of doing the whole exercise of analyzing the machine first, mapping it, and it takes a cost for everything. And that data is forever lost, because if you never do that machine, that data is gone. So I think for us, there are so many opportunities, I just highlighted two, which can be useful.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. It is a very good suggestion actually, that should be a common portal for all those equipments which needs to be interfaced. My next question is to Dr. Pankaj Gupta. How does India's digital health strategy align with the global framework such as WHO Global Digital Health Strategy? Because you are part of now this WHO, we thought that we should ask questions in reference to WHO.
Okay. First of all, a disclaimer, I cannot speak on behalf of WHO. I can speak on behalf of myself. Yeah. But yeah, definitely. I would like to sort of answer your question in two different ways. One is, see, we've been talking about the digital health standards for a long time, like Madhukar sir also said, and Gaur Sundarji also sort of gave a whole overview about the work that we've been doing. The good thing is that the world is beginning to recognize that now, that India has done a lot in DPI, which is the digital public infrastructure. A lot has been done, and there is some landmark in terms of the Aadhaar, UPI, the Jandhan Aadhaar model. So those are the things which world is now looking at and saying, you've done that in so many different verticals. It's time to do it in healthcare. And everything that we've done in terms of some of the examples under ABDM, which is the National Digital Health Blueprint, we have the metadata, the data standards, building blocks, all the registries, etc., that we have done so beautifully. Now, the world is saying that, we would like to do it the same way. The reason why there is an interest coming in this space is because of the open source nature of the work that we have done. Similar work has been done by many of the other developed countries, but then that is proprietary in nature. So, that is license based. What we, right from the beginning, took a stand as a country was we will do it in an open source model. And that is being recognized, and I think it's an opportunity for us as a country to stand up at the international stage now and show the world a different way of doing things, and the Jagat Guru, the Vishwa Guru, that time has come.
Agreed, sir. Agreed, sir. We have shown during the time of COVID. We have given as a CoWIN as a DPI platform to the world, and there are many other platforms which we can probably share with the other world leaders and other countries as a digital public infrastructure. Dr. Harpreet, my question to you is that how do you see AI influencing disease surveillance and diagnostics in public health decision making?
It's a very interesting and philosophical question because AI is being used everywhere. When we say artificial intelligence, it is actually transforming healthcare. Madhukar sir has shown examples and CDEC also has shown examples where AI is being used. But when you say artificial intelligence, there is a spectrum. On one side, you have software, and on another side, you have completely automated robots, which are doing, AI-based robots, which are doing health services delivery. So right now, the major focus, when we answer this question, we have to look at what we are right now and where do we see technology in 5 to 10 years. We were talking about, when I was studying, we were talking about artificial neural networks, error bag propagations. Then we started talking about, this recursive neural networks, and then this Gen AI, deep neural networks. And now we are talking of agentic AI, and then, so many other things are happening. Technology advancements are happening. So what I see, 5 to 10 years is a very large period to predict. But what I see is that, in another, 2 to 3 years, there'll be completely transformative shift in the way we are looking at healthcare services. We'll not be looking at individual component. We'll be looking at agents, millions of agents, intricate network of millions of agents through sensors, talking to each other, collecting data on a real-time basis, and providing that input to the policymakers and to various other officials for the improvement of public health. This they can do, these robots can be macro level, micro level, or even at the nanoscale, running through your body. Like I was talking to Professor Deepak, he's working on digital twin project. Yes. So digital twin, on one hand, we can look at a macro level, but digital twin can also be looked at robots running through veins, bloods, and through the tissue in human body, and then completely mapping the body, and then looking of pathogens. So there are many aspects which can come in 5 to 10 years. What I see is the transformative role AI is playing now, and it is going to increase. But then there is a challenge, because in health sector, the AI that we are dealing with is going to, deal with the patient health or patient life. So any wrong happening can result in disasters. So the other area which Madhukar sir has been talking at so many platforms is the cyber security. And you talk about LLMs. I have been working in some part on LLM jailbreaking. There is a concept called jailbreaking of LLMs. It is very easy, jailbreaking a LLM. At this moment, the safeguards, the railguards which LLMs have put, particularly this ChatGPT and others, is very easy to break. I can completely engineer prompts, and then ChatGPT will start saying that North Korea is one of the peaceful countries in the world. And in fact, some other countries playing. So these are the things where we have to look at very carefully. Right now, it is the time because LLMs are coming in a big way. Agentic AI is coming in a big way. So what I feel is that development on one aspect should go on, but on other side, we should also start looking at how we can regulate, how we can control, how we can secure the AI's deployment in the healthcare sector.
Just a subsequent question, how DPDP coming into effect? So whether this data related to patient and this data, your LLM and etc., how this is going to impact your research in this particular direction?
Dr. Saab, DPDP Act is primarily dealing with the data, Privacy and Privacy and Data Protection Act. So LLMs, it's not very strongly addressed. This is my personal opinion. LLMs and the challenges associated with LLMs, it's, I think, not in the preview of DPDP. We are trying to develop an AI Act. We are in the process of developing.
We are going to train the LLM on the data because right now we have a very constraint in the data, capturing the data and putting the data for research activity itself.
Sir, that constraints has three different aspects. We had a very elaborated meeting in Bharat Mandapam, where we put up, the constraints are there, which are going to come when the DPDP rules are enacted. They are going to come, and we are trying to, see the research should not get affected. But if you talk about LLMs, they are not per se taking, developing a foundational model is one aspect of it. But then the models which are already, working and doing, in public health services, they are already doing. So there is a strong need to do regulation and control, and which I think AI Act, which we are in the process of developing, it should enable that. Because I have seen the European Union's AI Act, and then this other act from China, AI Act is very, very good in handling that. So we should be, working towards that.
Thank you.
Has to be, yeah.
Sir, my question, again, I come to you because when we talk about digital health, empowerment of human resources at most important. So what strategies government is taking to upskill India's healthcare workforce?
See, as far as the India's healthcare workforce is concerned, we have to understand that healthcare in India is essentially a state subject. It is not even a central subject.
Correct.
It's not even in the concurrent list, not a union list, not in the concurrent list. And therefore, the bulk of the workforce is essentially at the state level. And we have a whole range of state health workers, which is the part of ASHAs, the ANMs, etc. And as far as the central government is concerned, the integration of these workers through the various government policies and programs happens through the national health missions. So this is the framework. Developing capacity is concerned, different states do have done differently. Bihar, one of the states which is not known for a lot of economic development, has done wonderfully well as far as the training the health workers is concerned. And in that particular area, they developed an HMIS which is called Bhavya. And capacity development has been one of the core areas of their focus as far as the doctors are concerned, the health workers are concerned. And this involves physical sessions, physical interactions, as well as use of technology for the purposes of training and developing the capacity of the health workers is concerned. Capacity building will still remain one of the most challenging areas. Appears very simple, but one of the most challenging areas because it has to be done at the ground level. So there is a practical issues which are involved. Because of the diversity which is required, there is a huge diversity as far as the health workers are concerned. The geographical diversity is there, the reach is there, the language issues is there, the cultural factors are there, the understanding issues are there. And therefore, a multi-pronged approach government adopts and has to adopt. This has to incorporate simple techniques, which may be, a digital technology also, which may be small videos, tutorials, or do-it-yourself kits, or for that matter, small modules which can they read and understand on their own. It can also be an interactive, it can also be a trainer's basis. But the most important thing is the simplicity of the application which has been developed. Applications, once they are being developed, we should always keep on interacting with the healthcare worker. Now, just recently we are doing a survey for the effectiveness of clinical diagnosis support system, which we have developed, and it's on the platform of CDAC, on eSanjeevani platform. And while doing that, Dr. Harpreet is involved in that, while doing that, we interacted with the health workers also, and we gave the survey questionnaire to the health workers also. And one of the feedbacks which was received that we should incorporate in the questionnaire is, have you received adequate training in using this CDSS tool? Or do you think it was sufficient for you? Therefore, whatever we are designing, in that particular design, we have to have the angle of the end user also. Because if it is simple, they will grasp it. Who taught them how to use WhatsApp? And so many people are already using, or for that matter, the mobile phone. The technology or the platform is such that through the means of interaction, they're learning on their own. So that's what we think.
Thank you. Sir, just a follow-up question of what Madhukar sir has said. We have faced many issues when we are going to roll out the application. We have faced the most difficult task to train and get it adopted by doctors and clinicians. So can you suggest something to us so that we can go with that mindset and do the changes in our application so that it can be adopted by clinicians?
See, that's an excellent question which has no excellent answer. But from my own journey and experience, I can tell you that as IT professionals, all of you are, we are trying to change the habit of clinicians or the end users. That should never be the goal of a system. System should be to adapt to the end user without changing his or her practice, improving the practice. So what we are trying, if they're used to writing everything by hand, we are forcing them to enter into a computer. They don't even I do not type without, blind typing. I have to look at the keyboard while I type. So for everything, it takes time. So especially for doctors, nurses, to force them to enter into a system is, I would say, it will never be accepted uniformly. Obviously, the younger generation is better at typing, so they are doing it better. Even now, any institution you look, which has implemented EMR to any great extent, it is the younger generation only who is doing. The senior faculty will never even open the computer. Everything is printed out. It is the old system which is still continuing till date. Even in my AIMS also, the residents enter this information into the system. Printout is taken out, I verify on the hard copy only. And it is then again replaced. So how do you improve it? We have to see with the advances in technology, I would say using other interfaces like taking photographs or using the photographs of the handwritten notes and digitizing them instead of forcing them. That can go a long way. That is number one. Number two, again using surrogate measures. Do not depend on the doctors and nurses because they are already, I would say, overworked in a lot of areas, especially in ICUs. And you use other staff to, again, take that data, whichever they are doing, and putting into the system. Your job, or as I say, any EMR's job should be to digitize the data, structure it, and give the analytics back to them. So if you start doing that in any meaningful manner, then the adoption rate will automatically improve over time, and maybe over time they will start digitizing it directly into the system.
Thank you. It's a very good insight. Any 2-3 questions from audience? Anybody? If anyone interested to ask some questions?
Hello, I'm Dr. S.B. Bhattacharya. I have a few questions, which should not be a surprise to anyone. The first one is, of course, I'll start off with Mr. Bhagat. If you can tell me interoperability, I was very impressed that interoperability is getting the recognition that it is due. It should have happened a lot earlier, but as long as it is coming, it's great. You're very right that without interoperability, we will not get the data in, and until unless we get the data in, we will not see the next level of possibilities unleashed. as far as clinical care is concerned. I'm stressing on clinical care because hitherto most of the work has been on operational, but to be honest, that has been done to death, in my opinion. The next one, and the really exciting one, is the clinical care, which is actually going to make a difference to the patient and will help the doctors. So actually, I don't have a question for you, but it's more of a comment. I would also have a comment for you, Dr. Harpreet Singh. You mentioned about data privacy, DPDP Act, and LLMs. No, I have a different opinion to yours. The DPDP Act is actually brilliant, in my opinion. Although a lot of apprehension is there amongst the engineers that it is going to be 250 crores and I'll all be marching off to jail in no time. No, absolutely not. If you follow all the rules, there's no problem. And what rules? You're very right that the rules are still to be there, but the rules already exist. If you just care to look at the EHR standards for India, the rules are there in quite significant detail, and I personally use a lot of those rules and to obfuscate, you might say, or ensure that the clinical data is really anonymized. Now, I'll not get into the whole technical details about anonymization, de-identification, pseudo-anonymization. It's a session in itself. But the tools exist, and if you were to use those tools, then you can safely use patient data in any LLM training. Now, there's a lot of apprehension about LLMs. I mean, people really don't understand, and which is hardly surprising. Most of the time, we find people making a lot of comments, but without really getting into the nitty-gritties of how LLMs work, or ChatGPT. Yes, you're very correct that you can actually use the prompts very creatively and have ChatGPT spew up. But that is actually, I don't believe that that would be somebody who is the man on the street would be really interested to do. It's only the ones with nefarious purposes. So therefore, I personally feel that there is absolutely no problem, but you will have to use data standards. If you use interoperability standards, I can assure you 90% of your data privacy problem is addressed. I can show it to you. I actually have a few slides where I've used SNOMED extensively and where I have shown that one person, it was just as a matter of interest, I made one person who was a British who went first to Spain and then came to India and then went to to America, and he was being able to see the entire record and in their own language. And remember, he was a British, so his normal is in British English, but he would see it in American English. So no problem, and if you really look at the data, it is all SNOMED concept IDs. So you have already taken care of 90%. And if you just take out the anonymization and de-identification, I'm not really very happy with that de-identification. Anonymization is great. You can use identifiers which you can obfuscate, and then you can remove them and use it for training. So I would like to allay your fears on that. And I am really hoping that you guys take it forward. So that would be my thing. Thank you.
Sir, just give you some inputs on your comments that you have given. The DPDP rules, you rightly said, they are not right now framed. They are in the draft stage, but they are available online. They are available on internet.
No. What I'm trying to say is that let them come.
Yes.
We do not need to wait.
Yes.
If you look at the EHR standards, the necessary anonymization techniques are given. Of course, the tools are not given, but the techniques are given, and I can tell you that they can be used, and already ISO is working actively on pseudonymization, so you should have no problems in actually getting what to do. But of course, the tools are very interesting.
So the rules are beyond anonymization, sir. If you look at, yes. And your second point regarding model poisoning, this AI models giving information about South Korea is North Korea is that and all that, engineering, prompt engineering. So there is something called post deployment model poisoning. There you don't have to fiddle with the data. You just have to fiddle with the parameters, couple of parameters, and the model will start giving you out. So there are many things that we have to look at when we are looking at cybersecurity.
What I was trying to impress upon you is that, look, it was fascinating. When the first cars came on the road, there was a rule. It was in London. So there was a rule that somebody had to walk in front blaring a trumpet as the car followed. That was the rule, because in those days it was everything horse-driven, and because the why so is in order to let the people know that there is a car coming which could mow you down. And look where we are today.
Thank you. We have another question here.
I have two questions actually for the panel. The first one is regarding what are the steps taken by the government to handle counterfeit medicines, to handle counterfeit medicines. And the second question is related to side effects of medicines. Say, for example, a patient takes, we buy medicines off the shelf. So it's very well-known fact in India. People buy it off the counter. So he pops a pill and then he might fall ill. Say, for example, or even in hospital, sometimes what happens, the doctor gives a medicine which is not supposed to be given on an empty stomach. And because of that, an old patient might, I had actually know a person who had a serious kind of a side effect, So I'd want to know from the esteemed panel, how do you handle these two cases? They may be separate. Thank you.
So this is a question which has multiple answers. I get medical representatives, or used to, from major drug companies saying, Dr. Saab, please do not prescribe generic because they might be counterfeit. I say it is not my concern. I am a doctor here in the hospital. It is the CDSCOs or whoever is regulating the drug industry to actually see the samples and see which is counterfeit. Or my job is to give the cheapest medicine to the poor patient. So I will do that. So I said, if you have a problem against any vendor whom you think, it is your duty as a citizen to please put in a complaint against that person. Because we are, it is a big country. There is so many vendors of medicines. Counterfeit is a very easy way to take out the competition from the market. And I can tell you 40%, we did a study very recently, 40% of the patients coming to our OPD at AIIMS do not have a smartphone. They just have a standard phone. So we are living in a, I would say, a society which is disconnected from the harsh reality. Even in today, where GDP is improving, 40% of the patients cannot afford a smartphone. So we cannot even send them WhatsApp messages. We were trying to send them WhatsApp messages, connect to WhatsApp. We realized they don't even have a smartphone. How do we send messages? We have to do by the SMS only. So that is point number one. Yes, counterfeit is a problem. Problem is there in every industry. It is not just in medicine. For anything, there could be a counterfeit. And obviously, everybody has to wake up. It's the society's job. Government is taking so many actions. There's so many policies. There's barcoding. There's everything going on. And the industry is also taking action. But it is a huge problem to surmount. And I think it will take its own time. But till then, we have to be cautious as citizens. And if we find something, we have to report it. That's all I can say at this point in time. The second point you raised was taking medicine on an empty stomach. These are things where simple clinical decision support systems, because in a heterogeneous environment where the nurses are coming from a very big country, being trained in different places, doctors are coming from different places, busy atmosphere, if there's a clinical decision support system, which obviously a EMR should be having, and they can warn that this, irrespective of whether doctor has forgotten to write or not, nurse is not knowing, but it comes on the system that this should be taken after meals or before meals, then you have a second checkpoint. I think these checkpoints are currently missing in a lot of places, and but again, it is a big task. Once we, I can tell you, we talk about big things, but at the base level, we are still at a very, very basic thing. For example, at AIIMS itself, and AIIMS, you know, one of the well-known biggest hospitals in India, there was some not a cyber attack, something happened, so the whole system shut down. For weeks, this was the e-hospital system. Initially, it was blamed to cyber attack because it's very easy to blame something which nobody can catch. Delhi police did a full, and a lot of security agencies came, and finally in the newspaper it came out, Delhi police has said was no cyber attack. We don't know whether it's true or false, but the bottom line was, what happened? The end user suffered. What happened? Because of so many government agencies came and pounced on the whole system, they said first thing you do is stop the internet. Because internet is a gateway to cyber attacks. Because all our computers we were running, the internet was also coming, we are seeing the Google and web pages for enhancing our knowledge, and on the same system, the e-hospital system is running. PACS is also running. They said stop. So we got a written order that saying that no internet, if a doctor wants internet, he has to buy on its own. Now I have a connection from Excitel, and it's written down by the director saying that you buy your internet, we are not responsible in your office. So every office in AIIMS now, how many, I would say decades we have gone back from having a high-speed internet, now we have to buy our own internet. The only computers we are allowed is having that e-hospital and PACS, which is totally locked. No USB drive, no nothing. We have gone from one extreme to the other extreme. There is nothing you can do except open and see the report. So every action has a, I would not say equal reaction, has a very extreme reaction. So I think we are missing out on the balance where we are actually, what we are expecting, how much cyber security will, how much protection we want. So unless we balance it out, we will be stuck, trying to copy the West, and we are still not out of, where we should be in terms of as real India is.
So we have one more question, if it is okay. Excuse me.
Hello, sir. Hello, everyone. Sir, I have a question for ICMR team. So that we know there are a lot of data that we get from surveillance and national programs, right? So considering that, do we have anything that we can project that ICMR has a roadmap of such integration of data set with ABDM ecosystem to strengthen the population of health insight and the digital public health planning perspective?
You're asking about roadmap? Yeah, very interesting. So at ICMR, we have been working in this area quite a long time. In 2017, we published a booklet that's called ICMR's Vision 2030. The second chapter of that booklet, probably you must have seen, that's why you're smiling. Second chapter of that booklet talks about rationalizing data systems and developing an integrated research data platform. So there were three objectives in that booklet. So I'll come to other components as well. There were three objectives. First was developing a policy, ICMR's policy on health research data management. That time it was sharing. Now it is health research data management. That policy we have developed in 2 years. It is almost finalized. And this I have been saying this statement in last 6 months. I have been saying this statement. It is with our competent authority, and probably it will get published very soon. So this policy talks about rules for collection of data, storage, planning, everything, the entire research data lifecycle, and data standardization is integrated part of that. So you will have interoperability and integration. Second is developing ICMR's research data repository. So that repository is already there, and if I'm not wrong, it is data.icmr.org.in. It is already available, and couple of data sets we have already made public. Regarding your third question, there are many projects ICMR is funding. In a given moment, something like 500, 600 projects are ongoing, and all projects are generating data. We are internally deliberating how we can enforce data standardization in those projects. we have initiated a large program, you can check on internet, that's called MIDAS, Medical Imaging Datasets, in collaboration with Indian Institute of Sciences and many other institutes. So that MIDAS is developing gold standard datasets in thematic areas. So we are internally debating and deliberating on how we can replicate that program on projects funded by ICMR so that all the data which is coming from all the projects should be available to the research community in an integrated manner for mining. I hope I have answered your question. I hope.
So this is the last, your last question.
Sir, I heard a lot about, ABDM that you spoke about for adoption of, various milestones that we have to achieve, right, in government as well as in private sector. So the question is that, sir, do we have any strategy kind of role that MOHFW can play for adoption? The way we have strategy for government sector, do we have anything in for private as well?
See, as of now, we have taken a conscious call that ABDM and its milestones are given to the private sector for suo motu adoption. And there is no enforcement per se, right? So if you mean that the strategy for adoption, would it include enforcement? As on today, the answer is no, right? However, for every technology's adoption, there comes a tipping point where we reach a critical mass, and further beyond that, it is the market which itself starts adopting that technology. Right now, what is happening as far as interoperability is concerned, that it is the system-driven requirements which is making the systems comply. However, the requirement is not coming from the patients themselves and the users themselves. Once that demand is going to come from the users themselves, then the supply side issues, the compliance by the hospitals will again start happening suo motu. And it will take some time for a certain level of the technology to reach, for the users to start understanding the benefit that why do I need to carry all my records? And it's not possible for me to carry all my records to make it available all the time, my vaccination records, my records of variety of treatments. And if I am the family head, I'm not responsible just for my records. I am responsible for the records of so many people, my parents, my children. How am I going to manage? And then it's very easy if I just remember Abha or take note of Abha, or even if I do not remember Abha, I have it, I can obtain it on the basis of Aadhaar. And then I just don't see this as ending over here at level 3. But eventually, right now, what the data are, what the documents we are seeing will be transferred. In future, I see the data is getting transferred. And it is the metadata which is getting transferred from one HMIS system to another HMIS system, so that the patient is not just transferring the record, which is the record of a thick wad of tests, but actually the entire information of that thick wad of test is getting migrated and is relocated in the entire HMIS, and the relevant information is read by the HMIS, and the summary is brought to the doctor. Eventually, if you see, if you go through a pathological report and there is a whole set of reports, the black ones is what the doctor and you are seeing, which is given in bold. Others are normal, sab theek hai. So as we advance, the utility for the users will tremendously increase, the dependence will increase, and then we don't have to apply any enforcement as a strategy for purposes of implementation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the panel members for the very insightful discussions. I will request Bhagat sir to felicitate our panel members.
Good round of applause.
Everyone who is there, please join us for the photograph. Everyone from the session. Please quickly. Come on. Yeah. हाँ. Sir, आप बैठ जाएंगे and others can stand in the back.
Just come closer, आप लोग थोड़ा सा.
Yes.
Side खड़े हो जाइए तो ज़्यादा आ जाएगा.
1 minute, few are coming.
आप खींचते रहो, जो आता जाएगा खींचते रहो.
Thank you so much, sir. Really encouragement for the entire team.
First we'll take tea, sir.
हम लोग के हाथ में कुछ देर और जैसा
Thank you everyone for being part of this dialogue and have a great day. Thank you so much.
Hello, am I audible? Request all to settle down fast. It's one surprise event for all of you. I will request DG CDAC Shri E. Magesh ji and DG Samir, Dr. P. Hanmantarao to come on stage. DG sir, can you please, I welcome you on stage. Rao sir, yes. For last 2 days, yesterday and today, we have witnessed some event which we had not done or thought of before, and 3 organizations, CDAC, Samir and CIMET, under able guidance of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, we organized this technology conclave, TechVerse, and for past 1 month, after it was decided that we will be having this kind of a work in this place, there had been huge team working day and night, nearly day and night, because even in our dreams, what we were getting was only TechVerse. Okay, how to arrange the sessions, whom to call, how to manage the stalls, what products to showcase, and how the work will go smooth without much of glitches. And a huge team which is behind it. I'm going to request today one huge round of applause for that team, and I'm going to call upon the names. So please come on stage, let's have one photograph, and let's celebrate the work that we have done. And it actually has given us the direction to work more in this regard, because I'm sure that we have taken a lot in this event, and we will take those as guidelines to work further. I'm just taking out some of the names and will request all those who have been in that organizing team to come on stage. From Mighty, I will start with. I think Manoj Jain sir, he's around. Otherwise, Geeta, Rahul Nehwal, Jay Vardhan, Sangeeta Semwal, Kamlesh Kumar, Rashid, Nishit Gupta, Anil Sagarji, SK Marwa sir, Sankhadeep Das, Prakash Kumar, Surendra Gothrewal, Hemlata Gupta. I request all of you, please join us on stage. Then I'm having from CDAC, Ms. Veena Tyagi, Mr. Dheeraj, Ms. Niruti Gupta, Manoj Gopinath, Swapnil Raut, Nipun Pandey, Kapil Kant Kamal, Rekha Nair, Jitesh Chaudhary, Sheetal Gaikwad. Rajiv Rudraksh is not here, but who was the one, he was handling website. All the PSA members and a lot of session leads. And Ravi Shankarji, who handled all logistics. I will also call upon Dr. Nagesh Kupse, Dr. Suneet Rane, Dr. Rathish ji, Dr. Digambar Nadergi, Dr. Narendra Nasani, who are from CMET. And also I'm now taking the list of all Samir members. Kindly come on the stage. Ms. Purnima Srivastav, Dr. R.L. Makar, Shri H.U. Petkar, Dr. Sanjeev Bhaisakhia, Shri Gajendra Verma, Shri A.P. Khandare, Dr. Bhaskara Naik, Shri V.U. Dubey, Dr. Tanuja Dikshit, Shri G.S. Shende, Shri Arvind Kumar Sharma, Dr. S. Prasad, Shri Vivek Kumar Singh, Shri Arun Kumar, Dr. Satyajit Chakrabarti, Shri Abhishek Dabi, Dr. Subrata Rao. There is a huge list. I will read it fast, but kindly come fast on stage. Dr. K. Mauruga, sorry, can you pronounce it? Someone better? Murgenigi, okay. Dr. S.S. Kakatkar, Dr. Anuj Bhatnagar, Mrs. Purnima Srivastava I have already called, Dr. Arijit Majumdar, Miss Aditi Lichade, Miss Sakshi Virdhe, Shri R.P. Pinto, Dr. Abhay Deshpande, Shri P. Sahil, Shri Sachin Surve, Shri M. P. Balamurugam, Shri P. V. Suryarao, Dr. P. Ramamurthy, Shri Nishant Singh, Shri Prashant Kamble, Shri Pankaj Patil, Mrs. Tejal Mayekar, and the leader of all, Mr. Rajesh Harsh. Yeah. So let's have a big round of applause for the work what this whole team has achieved in 1 month. I'll request one photograph, please, for all of us. Madam, please come in front. Yeah, I'm there. Please come here. Yes, yes. Yes, I'm there. Yeah, please have a seat here. Please, yeah, please. Actually, Sunita ma'am is missing. Thank you so much for attending. Now there is one surprise element DG CDAC has announced. So DG CDAC has announced 3 awards and from his side. So I'll just make the announcement. Since the event was about collaborations and about the work that we would like to bring upon or market, sell. So the award is for largest amount TOTs done each from the organization. So I will take first for CMAT. The first CMAT largest product which is had done TOT. I'll just give the details of that as well. It's Leon battery recycling technology, which has been transferred to 28 industries with a total amount of 1.7 crores. So I request Dr. Suneet Rane as well as Dr. Ratish. Yeah. Okay. Sunita ma'am is also coming, so I'm just waiting. Yeah, I think 2 minutes. And it is the amount of rupees 1 lakh which will be transferred to the team from DG CDAC. We are just waiting so that Sunita Verma, GC madam, will join us. Yes, she has come. A huge round of applause for ma'am. Under her able guidance, we could actually make it successful. It wasn't possible if she wasn't there, seriously. All the organizers, even Veena, I request to come on stage. Yes. Yes, it's with CMED. Okay, CMED gets award once again. Shankar sir? Shankar sir Das? Yeah. So Rashid ji, Dr. Rashid and Dr. Suneet Rane, please. I think that is with you. Along with the prize, yes. Yeah. So, madam, as we had. So, Leon battery recycling. They're recycling it. Yes, in a real sense, we are doing recycling. Next one, it is from CDAC, Vehicle Control Unit for Three-Phase Locomotives of Indian Railways. It's about 2,500 manufactured locomotives, three-phase control units have been manufactured, which was worth amount about 500 crore. And the TOT amount itself was more than 5 crore. So I call upon Ranji Chako to receive the TOT. And now I call upon for Samir. It is about the linear accelerator for cancer treatment. The TOT was done with 2 companies. The amount worth was of 1.5 crore. So I request Rao sir itself. It will be transferring, sir. Ma'am, all these are... Madam, we all want to have one photograph with all the both DGs and ma'am with you. Yes. Ma'am, will you say a few words for that? Yeah, I'm coming.
Always ready to say a lot of words. Yeah, first of all, I think congratulations to the complete team of CDAC, Samir and CMET. And Mighty also. Yeah, Mighty also for the wonderful tech verse, we did it. We did it, And I think it was more than what was my expectation, beyond our expectation, the way things started at the last moment. But I think we have had very happy customers going back, and I think we'll get very good reviews also from this. But now this is the beginning. We have to do more and more, put more efforts for the next tech verse. And I am really looking forward to this, that this time we will have more industry participation and more ministries. We can have the same venue, or I've fallen in love with this venue. It has been, but kudos to the team. It has been really, really managed very well, starting with Manoj Jain ji, Geeta, Rahul, and the complete team from AT, and Padmaja, Dr. Rajesh Harsh, and I think both the DGs. I would like to mention, especially Dr. Rao, the way he has sat, called me up, कि ये ठीक नहीं है, इसको ठीक करवाना है, ये नहीं देखा गया है, even the name and all. So I think each and every person, all the members sitting here have contributed day and night in their own way, giving their heart and soul to make this a success. It is always a team success. Team effort which gives success, and I think I'm very happy about this. We have been working on the technologies, and as I always see, all our three organizations are sitting on gold mines, and I think we have to encash that mine now, and it is our opportunity to do that. We are now in the eye of the, or in the most important seat that we are sitting, because R&D is being given very much of importance in the country by everyone, and all the eyes are on what research has taken place, what is it we can contribute in the indigenous systems. So gear up for that, not only for development but also showcasing. Advertisement is really what matters, at the end of the day, taking the technology to the industry. So it's not that we are expecting them to come here in a proactive way, taking to them. And I think we have succeeded in this, did our one first step we have taken, and there are many more steps to take. Thank you, and a big round of applause to the complete team.
Yeah, I echo what Madam has said. I congratulate all the members from MIT, CMET, Samir, and CDAC. This is just a beginning. We didn't have this kind of event in a long time. Recent times, we never had this. And now we have set a benchmark, right? So, and we can't rest on that. We have to continuously keep improving. We do better than what we did yesterday, and that we have done today. And tomorrow, we have to do much better than what we have done today. So this goes well for all of that, even organizing an event like this or going back and doing the research on our desks. So we need to continuously improve, and that is the way to progress. So we should all keep that in mind and keep going. And I think from the top management and MIT, we are all there to support, and we are here to only enable you to make applied research products, core research, and all of that. And this show ensures, and the appreciation which is coming out of this show is kind of guarantees that kind of support from the ministry as well. So thank you all for making this happen. Yeah.
Good evening. I think coming to the conclusion, we always say that conceiving a thought is pretty easy, but executing to the perfection is the challenge. And we did that. So big round of applause for everyone who made it happen. It's brilliantly done there. Then maybe the few points, few takeaways, because they prized enough what we had done. But what we request, like who have been involved in the each vertical, not by the organization wise, take as a vertical. All the three are one unit now. All those verticals, the feedback which has come from whatever you discuss with industry teams. End of the day, we know what we are doing it, and we prize ourselves there. Let us take it there, and what they expect from us in terms of the future activities, or what are the gaps they wanted it in terms of the policies, in terms of the execution, in terms of the work. And create the report out of each vertical who have been collected the data. So one on medical electronics, one could be on the strategic side, one could be the materials, one could be create the report. And that report should go back to ministry. At the request, who has been involved is the extra task for both Padmaja and Rajesh. So that report becomes a kind of a reference manual that where we should focus. And we continue to what we like it. See, most of the time our work, the feedback what I got from the industry, let me openly share with you. We are doing things and expect them to take it. Instead, let us get what they want it and start building it. See, we assume that we have couple of, we envisage large missions, like we have an AI mission, computing mission, then electronics mission, and we're talking at the country level. Wonderful. That is as per the MIT is concerned, that sounds great. Because you are doing at the nation level mission. When it comes to CDAC, Samir and CMET, we may fit in there, or we may not fit in there, some other cases. Everywhere we are not fit in there. So there are the places where we need to come back and say that this is what industry wants it, create that kind of a vertical within that, within the vertical. Like we have the medical electronics we used to have, we don't have now. Like that, we need to come back to that industry-driven approach for all the three organizations. To a large extent, we do. I'll say that maybe 30-40% we do. And strategic, of course, they know what they want and we give what they want it. But a few areas which still we feel that we have been built and they've been sitting with us. They don't find, not that those systems are bad or not the systems not finished or completed. It's not right time or maybe the time is not right. Like Tagore says, nah, the time hasn't come true yet. So it's like that. So we cannot wait long. Things keep moving fast. So better let's do things what industry wants it. Of course, we know pretty well the changing scenarios where the focus is. So let's focus on that. And Mighty will continue to their large missions that, we'll be part of it, what extent possible. So again, thanks for the entire team. Brilliant piece of work executed. And executing outside the city is not joke, madam. For you, it is convenient sitting in Delhi. Let me tell you, it's very easy for you there. Ministries could come there, but it's a beautiful venue. I don't know people have seen it or not. Every photo here has a story for it. I know how many people have enjoyed it. It's kind of it's a once in a lifetime achievement for you to come here and go around freely. It's not that easy to access to this place. Every photo has a story. Every display has a story. So it gives the energy that so many people are already given their lives for what we are enjoying today. Think on those lines. Then you start realizing that what more can be done. So wish you wonderful laurels ahead. Maybe next TechWorks I may come as a visitor. I'll be retiring in February. So thanks for all the support. So it's nice to work with every one of you. Thank you.
I forgot to mention Dr. Ratish and Dr. Rane's contribution also in this. So they have also done a lot in this from CMET side. They were the ones who were actually collaborating and coordinating for the inputs. Yeah.
Madam, I just want to share that the success of this particular event is women power. From yourself, madam, and the three madams who are sitting there, they worked relentlessly to make this happen. Thank you so much.
For this auditorium, we wish that you come again and again. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Actually, are there any people from industry who would like to collaborate with CDAC, Samir or CMAT in the audience? Then we could go ahead with fireside chat. Yeah. Thank you.
ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग एक दिन पहले आवाज ही नहीं है साइड कौन करेगा ऑडियो no but everything went very seamlessly three organizations but also worried actually something can go no I don't worried about management
So if people are around and would like to have collaboration related discussion, we can conduct it, but depending upon the crowd, if there are industry people. I think there are limited numbers, so that's okay.
Thank you, Padmaja. It was lovely,